Chapter 377. In Xiaoling Yu's opinion, people like Ji Yong were so arrogant because they had suffered too few losses. All right, we, the descendants of Earth, are already in such a difficult situation. We must unite together in order to be able to stand out. I advise you to restrain yourself. Don't act without considering the consequences just because you have some ability. Zhongji patted Ji Yong's shoulder as if lecturing him. Oof. I'm here to play with you, not to listen to you lecture me. You have no right to lecture me. Ji Yong's shoulder shook, and he flicked Zhongji's hand away. Then he left in a huff. When he reached the door, he turned back to look at Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu's expression was still as calm as ever, without a trace of anger. However, he felt that Zhongji was a good person. Ji Yong, on the other hand, was just so. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Not every descendant of Earth had a sense of danger, and not every descendant of Earth was worth befriending. You don't need to lower yourself to his level. He's just like that. He uses his Yellow Emperor bloodline to stir up trouble all the time. He can't accomplish anything, but he's good at ruining things, Zhongji explained to Xiaoling Yu. Haha, I'm not related to him in any way, so why should I be so stubborn with him? It's just that if someone like him loses his protection, he won't even know how he died sooner or later. Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. We often advise and lecture him, but it's already his nature, and it's hard to change. That's why Elder Qi sent him to the Pingjing continent, where resources are scarce and there aren't many cultivators. It's to train his willpower and, at the same time, let him encounter fewer powerful cultivators from the celestial realm. Zhongji said helplessly. What's so different about having the Yellow Emperor bloodline? Xiaoling Yu asked curiously. It was obvious that Ji Yong was arrogant, despotic, and disliked by everyone. However, he was taken care of by everyone because he had the Yellow Emperor bloodline. As for the Yellow Emperor, Xiaoling Yu's knowledge was limited to vague introductions in books on Earth. The Yellow Emperor, the ancestor of the Chinese people, was called Xinyuan. In ancient times, he defeated the Yin Emperor and Qiyu. He was the first to unify the Chinese people. In myths and legends, he was the central celestial emperor of the celestial realm. The Yellow Emperor was an expert of the ancient Earth. He was powerful and had great prestige. He was skilled in calculation and was good at alchemy and medicine making. Not only was his cultivation level high, but his soul was also different from ordinary people. Cultivators with the Yellow Emperor's bloodline will have some special characteristics in their souls that ordinary people don't have. Zhongji continued. For example, that Ji Yong from before is of the Yellow Emperor's direct bloodline. His soul's perception is far superior to that of ordinary people. Ordinary, illusory restrictions or formations are useless to him. Moreover, he can see through some deeply hidden things with a single glance. He and I are both in the early stage of the Immortal Emperor stage, but he can see through your true cultivation level. I can't. When Xiaoling Yu heard this, he finally felt relieved in his heart. No wonder that Ji Yong was able to see through my cultivation realm with a single sentence. The cultivation world is big. There are countless capable people. If you are blindly arrogant because you have extraordinary abilities, you will get yourself killed sooner or later. You will waste your special bloodline. Xiaoling Yu commented. There are very few cultivators with the bloodline of the ancient, powerful cultivators in the celestial realm. Although we don't like Ji Yong's habits, we can only bear with it. Once he becomes powerful, he will become a powerful cultivator in the three realms. He will make a great contribution to our Earth descendants. Before he becomes truly powerful, we can only protect him. Zhongji sighed. Ha! Xiaoling Yu shook his head and smiled. In his opinion, he could not place his hopes on one person, especially someone like Ji Yong, who had an unstable state of mind. Even if Ji Yong could turn the tide and become invincible in the three realms, he would not be afraid of helping the Earth descendants see the light of day again. However, with his arrogant personality, if no one could suppress him, God knows if he would be unfavorable to the Earth descendants. Even if Ji Yong was sincere about helping the Earth descendants, he would still ascend to the celestial realm one day. Zhongji took out a token and handed it to Xiaoling Yu, saying, Ji Yong isn't a peaceful person. I have to go with him. Take this token first. Just drip a bit of your blood soul into it, and it will recognize you as its master. You will be a member of our inquiry organization in the future. The token was silver white and palm-sized. The words Inquiry Organization were engraved on the front, and the image of Earth's ancient expert, Nuwa, was engraved on the back. This is the highest token in the Inquiry Organization for those below the Immortal Emperor stage. You can only get an Immortal Emperor token from Elder Qi. I will apply for it for you later. Zhong Ji explained. Brother Zhong, you can go ahead. I will also take my leave. Xiaoling Yu nodded and followed Zhong Ji out of the shop. After saying goodbye again, he left the East Royal City and flew towards the Nanhua Immortal Sect at full speed. Before Zhong Ji left, he still advised Xiaoling Yu to think about the Nanhua Immortal Sect. His intention was for Xiaoling Yu to get involved. While stirring up the situation, Xiaoling Yu could help Baozi rope in one of the three major factions of the Nanhua Immortal Sect. Xiaoling Yu could represent Baozi to cooperate with one of the factions and help that faction win before devouring that faction. Xiaoling Yu did not take this suggestion to heart. He only wanted to cultivate peacefully and had no intention of fighting for benefits. If the Earth descendants needed his support, he would not hesitate. While Xiaoling Yu was thinking about the descendants of Earth along the way and rushing at full speed, he saw a cultivator stopping in midair not far in front of him less than 2 hours after he flew out of the East Royal City. It was as if the cultivator was waiting for him. When he flew closer, Xiaoling Yu saw that the cultivator was Ji Yong. Xiaoling Yu wanted to go around him, but he felt that there was no need. If he did, it would make him look guilty. Therefore, he braced himself and flew over. However, when he flew to Ji Yong's side, Xiaoling Yu naturally could not crash into him. He also did not intentionally stop to greet him. Instead, when he was 1,000 feet away from Ji Yong, he slightly changed his direction. Who would have thought that Ji Yong would move more than 1,000 feet horizontally, blocking Xiaoling Yu's path again? What's the matter? Xiaoling Yu frowned and asked. Nothing. I just wanted to spar with you. I think your divine fire is not bad. Ji Yong smiled and replied. Have you been waiting for me here? Xiaoling Yu asked again. Of course not. I didn't know you would pass by here. I just followed you out of the city and arrived here in advance after judging your route. You're too slow. It's not difficult for me to catch up and surpass you. Ji Yong shook his head and said, Indeed, Xiaoling Yu's speed was only slightly faster than a late-stage Immortal Lord. He definitely could not compare to an early-stage Immortal Emperor. Moreover, Ji Yong was not an ordinary early-stage Immortal Emperor. I'm really not interested in a spar. If I have the time and energy to spar, I might as well meditate for a while. Xiaoling Yu was not interested at all. It's not good if I can't control myself during a spar and hurt anyone. I know you don't dare to, but this is not up to you. I advise you to go all out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too ruthless if you're killed. Ji Yong refused to give up. Xiaoling Yu knew that Ji Yong said he wanted to spar with him, but he was actually discouraged by what happened just now. There's no need to spar. I admit defeat. I can't beat you. Xiaoling Yu waved his hand and said, I didn't expect that you're also a descendant of Earth. You don't even have the courage to spar with me. Why? Are you afraid that I'll kill you? Ji Yong said with a look of disdain. If you follow me to the East Royal City and shout, I'm a coward 3 times on the streets, I'll cancel this spar. Xiaoling Yu didn't get angry. Not because he was thick-skinned, but because he disdained such a low-level provocation. However, after a smile, he said, Since you have such a strong request, I don't mind sparring with you once. It's just that the two of us sparring here will definitely cause a big commotion. It might even attract a crowd. I think you don't want too many people to come and watch, right? Then do you have any good suggestions? Ji Yong asked with a look of indifference. Let's go to the starry sky and find an uninhabited planet to spar. We can avoid a lot of trouble. Xiaoling Yu said calmly. Haha, that's a good idea. I'll go first. If you're not a coward, follow me. Ji Yong laughed and flew into the sky. Although the higher one went in the immortal world, the greater the pressure. As long as one had the strength of an immortal lord, one could fly into the starry sky. Xiaoling Yu was still calm at this moment. The wings of extreme speed appeared behind him. He also jumped up and flew up, chasing after Jiyong. The starry sky above the East Royal Continent was the same as the starry sky of other continents. It was lonely and deep. On an unknown planet, Xiaoling Yu and Jiyong stopped. Even if Thearch-level experts fought in the starry sky, it would be difficult to spread their aura to the continent. There was no need to worry about outsiders watching. Can we start? Jiyong looked very confident. Come on. Xiaoling Yu nodded. Huh, let me see just how capable you are. Jiyong's body flashed. In the next moment, he was in front of Xiaoling Yu. Just as he was about to attack, he felt an evil and scorching aura coming at him. He immediately retreated a few hundred feet. Xiaoling Yu knew the difference between him and a Thearch-level expert. He also knew that he would be locked on by a Thearch-level expert's immortal senses. Thus, he could only take the opponent's attack head-on. He first released the primal chaos true fire and let it surround his body. Then, blood crystals started to tremble in Xiaoling Yu's body. Waves of rich and pure chaos demonic energy started to surge throughout his body. Xiaoling Yu's aura kept rising. His body also expanded and changed shape. First, his arms turned into dragon claws. Then his body elongated and became a dragon covered in dragon scales. Chapter 378. Xiaoling Yu could only go all out to deal with an emperor-level expert. He was at his strongest after activating the formless gigantic demon art. However, the formless gigantic demon art was a high-level demonic art after all. After activating it, even if he transformed into a dragon, he still carried a strong demonic energy fluctuation. Xiaoling Yu didn't want others to know about this. Otherwise, it would definitely bring him great trouble, especially when the immortal and demonic worlds were about to go to war. Transforming into a dragon? What kind of art is this? Jiyong put away his contempt and stared blankly at the dark golden dragon circling in the air. At this time, the dark golden dragon didn't seem to be very large, but its entire body was bathed in the primal chaos fire that was comparable to divine fire. It released a mighty demonic energy, giving people a strong and strange feeling. A late-stage, Nine Heavens mystic immortal can actually have an aura fluctuation that's not weaker than an early-stage Emperor-level expert. However, this is a bit more interesting. Jiyong glanced again, and his aura began to rise wildly. His clothes fluttered without wind as he rushed toward the dragon that Xiaoling Yu had transformed into. As he rushed forward, a dark spear that was engraved with mysterious runes appeared in Jiyong's hand. In the blink of an eye, the spearhead was already close to the dragon's neck. Formless, gigantic demon palm. The dragon shouted in human language, and its dragon claws, which were covered in solid scales, carried a gust of wind and a mighty dragon's might, fiercely slapping down. Jiyong continued to stab forward, determined to take this palm head-on. Jiyong could withstand this palm, but this palm still contained the primal chaos true fire. He could only use the advantage of his nimbleness to dodge and leap to the sky above the true dragon's back before thrusting the spear down. The dragon's reaction wasn't slow either. Before the spear could reach it, the dragon's tail had already swept behind it, attacking a wide area. Just like before, if the spear wanted to stab the dragon, Jiyong would inevitably be swept by the dragon's tail, which was naturally wrapped in the primal chaos fire. Jiyong quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart, but he decisively withdrew his spear and dodged. Just as Jiyong flashed away, the true dragon suddenly spat out a fire dragon from its mouth. This fire dragon was completely formed from primal chaos, primordial fire. As soon as it appeared, it caused the space of the immortal world to fluctuate violently like boiling water. Circles of black holes even appeared. Annihilation, Jiyong lightly shouted. The long spear in his hand shook, and a sharp energy pillar surged out from the tip of the spear. It fiercely smashed towards a fire dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. As soon as the golden awl and the fire dragon collided, the two collapsed at the same time after a flash of brilliance. However, a moment later, more fire dragons appeared from all over the true dragon's body. The surrounding temperature continued to rise, and the space was about to collapse. Sweeping cloud style, Ji-Young waved the long spear in his hand and swept it around his body. A golden wave, with his body as the center, swept out in all directions. As soon as those fire dragons were touched by the wave, they were quickly annihilated like paper being set ablaze. Even the primal chaos primordial fire, which was comparable to a divine fire, could not do anything to Ji-Young. It seemed that although Ji-Young was arrogant, he had some ability. Moreover, it was obvious that the golden spear in Ji-Young's hand was not an ordinary magic treasure. It might even be a divine weapon. With the strength of the Ombudsman organization and the wealth of the Descendants of Earth group, they definitely did not lack divine weapons. They would not be stingy with divine weapons for someone like Ji-Young, who had the bloodline of an ancient Earth expert and was heavily protected and nurtured. Divine weapons were originally very powerful, and Ji-Young seemed to have mastered a high-level technique that was specially used to complement this divine spear. His combat strength had increased by a lot. Xiaolin knew that this battle would be very difficult, so he used the phaseless gigantic demon art right away. If it was an ordinary early-stage Immortal Emperor, he might have a chance of winning. However, facing an expert like Ji-Young, who had special abilities and a special bloodline, he felt that even if he was lucky, his chances of winning were less than 20%. His opponent had a divine weapon, but it was not that Xiaolin Yu did not have one. However, under the phaseless gigantic demon art's true dragon state, it was difficult for the divine weapon's power to be displayed. Although Xiaolin Yu's strength had increased tremendously after using the phaseless gigantic demon art, because his body was too big, the area that he was attacked was also relatively large. Army Destroyer. After sweeping away the fire dragons, the spear in Ji-Young's hand swept out a semicircular spear light, dragging a large space black hole as it slashed toward the true dragon's body. The true dragon could not dodge the attack at all. It could only summon its aura and the primal chaos primordial fire to block the attack. At the same time, the true dragon suddenly slapped out with its palm, and palm shadows that filled the sky surged toward the sky like a tide. The semicircular spear light was extremely sharp. Although it was somewhat obstructed and restricted, it still ruthlessly slashed the true dragon's back. Immediately, a few dragon scales cracked on the spot, and dark golden dragon blood splattered out. Roar! Under the pain, the true dragon let out an earth-shaking dragon roar. When the palm shadows that filled the sky rushed toward Ji-Young, who did not understand the demonic Tao cultivation method, swept his spear around his body. However, he did not expect that the palm shadows were not physical attacks. They could actually ignore the force of his spear, and all of them slapped his body. Countless palm shadows slapped his body together. Ji-Young did not feel anything at first, but then his body kept trembling because his immortal infant and soul were being attacked by a wave of strong fluctuations. Puff! When all the palm shadows dissipated, Ji-Young could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was not because he was seriously injured, but because his immortal infant and soul were agitated, and it was difficult for him to suppress his chi and blood. The power of the phaseless gigantic demon palm, combined with the soul-rending demon palm, was enough to kill any cultivator below the Immortal Emperor stage. Even early-stage Immortal Emperor stage powerhouse would have some lethality. Humph! Taste the power of my dragon quake drum. Ji-Young wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his arm in front of him. A ray of light flew out and turned into a big drum in a flash. Dong! Ji-Young hit the big drum with his long spear, and a loud sound spread out with a strange sound wave. What was more shocking was that there was a faint dragon roar in the sound wave, and it was also wrapped in a mighty dragon's power. Even though Xiaolin Yu was a true dragon, he was still frightened by the dragon's power. The speed of the sound wave was so fast that it almost reached the true dragon's ears in an instant. Before the sound wave could take effect, Xiaolin Yu's true dragon body automatically lost its effect. His body swayed and returned to his human form. The dragon quake drum was indeed worthy of its name. After returning to his human form, Xiao Yu felt a strange fluctuation sweep through his entire knowledge sea, and it was finally absorbed by the grayish-black metal piece. Dong! Another sound of the drum came, and it also surged in Xiao Lingyu's knowledge sea in an instant, but it did not have the slightest effect. Could it be that there's a divine weapon for soul defense? Ji Yong was a little surprised. Not only could his dragon quake drum intimidate all dragons, but it also had a very strong soul deterrence effect. However, after the other party returned to his human form, it did not have the slightest effect. Ji Yong waved his arm again, and the dragon quake drum in front of him suddenly disappeared. He held the long spear, and his body flashed, and he once again appeared beside Xiao Lingyu. The tip of the spear pierced toward Xiao Lingyu's chest. When one's realm was lower than the opponent's, there was a gap that was difficult to make up for. It was that one could not lock onto the opponent, but the opponent could. Xiao Lingyu was at a disadvantage in terms of realm, and his speed was not as fast as his opponent. He simply stood still, and the chaotic primordial fire shot out toward the long spear. At the same time, he swung the silver moon broken blade and slashed out a colorful firebird. Seeing that the chaotic primordial fire was about to swallow the long spear and Ji Yong's body, Ji Yong released his palm and retreated in a flash. The golden long spear did not stop, and it continued to charge forward. Not only did it pierce through the chaotic primordial fire, but it also pierced through the colorful firebird that was causing the space to fluctuate. The long spear pierced toward him like golden lightning, and Xiao Lingyu could only use all his strength to slash it away with the silver moon broken blade. Bang! The blade of the silver moon broken blade collided with the spearhead of the golden long spear, and a huge force instantly pushed Xiao Lingyu's body far away. It also caused him to feel a burst of pain between his thumb and index finger that was holding the silver moon broken blade. However, at the same time, Xiao Lingyu also realized that the spearhead of the golden long spear had been cut open by the silver moon broken blade. Ji Yong had anticipated that Xiao Lingyu would at least be sent flying by his attack. He had been controlling his golden spear the entire time, preparing to launch another attack. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated that Xiao Lingyu would actually be able to damage his god artifact. As a result, the golden spear was no longer under his control due to the heavy damage, preventing him from continuing his attack. Ji Yong's body flashed, and he came in front of the golden long spear and held it tightly in his hand. He did not continue his attack, but he looked at the hole on the spearhead, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. It was not easy to obtain a divine weapon, and once it was damaged, it would be even more difficult to repair it. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat, Xiao Lingyu said calmly after stabilizing his body. It was not that he admitted defeat, but that he really could not win. He could be proud that he was able to fight with an early-stage immortal emperor for so long when he was in the Nine Heavens Xian immortal realm. Do you think you can stop just because you say so? Ji Yong snorted coldly, and then he put away the long spear. His body flashed, and he directly teleported to Xiao Lingyu's left side and quickly slapped his palm. Not only was this palm ferocious, but it was also extremely fast. Xiao Lingyu's heart skipped a beat when Ji Yong's body flashed, and in the next moment, he swung the silver moon broken blade in a circle around him without thinking. Xiao Lingyu had experienced countless battles, and his battle awareness was extremely strong. This circle of attacks was also very timely, and Ji Yong's palm could not hit Xiao Lingyu's body at all. However, Ji Yong did not seem to want to hit Xiao Lingyu's body with his palm. Instead, when Xiao Lingyu swung the silver moon broken blade, a golden thunderbolt surged out of his palm. Chapter 379. That golden lightning was a type of thunder palm dharma spell, which was also a relatively common dharma spell in the cultivation world. However, an ordinary thunder palm spell would quickly gather two completely different types of energy. During the gathering process, it would compress and collide with each other to form a thunderbolt. Then, it would be quickly shot out from the palm. Although the power was fierce, it would generally not be too strong. When he was on Earth, Xiaoling Yu already knew that lightning was formed by the meeting of positive and negative ions. Only when he came to the cultivation world did he realize that as long as two completely different types of energy met, the effect of lightning would also be produced. However, Jiang's thunder palm was not formed in this way. Instead, he first stored the power of lightning in his body and then released it from his palm, making it even more powerful. To be able to make Xiaoling Yu feel numb and his body tremble continuously, this meant that the power of lightning stored in Jiang's body was close to that of divine lightning. Fortunately, it was only close to that of divine lightning and not comparable to that of divine lightning. Otherwise, even if Xiaoling Yu had the quality of a quasi-divine weapon, he would have been killed on the spot. Ji Yong did not seem to expect that his thunder palm would be able to kill his opponent. While Xiaoling Yu's body was numb, he struck out with his palm again. This palm was supported by Ji Yong's power, and it landed squarely on Xiaoling Yu's head. From the position of Ji Yong's attack, it could be seen that he really wanted to kill Xiaoling Yu and not just injure or defeat him in a spar. In this state of numbness, Xiaoling Yu practically did not put up any active defense. After being hit squarely, his body flew out like an arrow from a bow. By the time he stabilized his body, the numbness on Xiaoling Yu's body had already disappeared. However, after taking Jiang's palm head-on, he instinctively felt that his head was swelling and splitting, and the blood and energy in his body were in a state of chaos. Ji Yong did not intend to stop here. Although the current situation was very clear, and although he had actually won, he still pressed forward again, lightning flashing in his palm again. Just like last time, Ji Yong's speed was still beyond Xiaoling Yu's reach, and his attack was also something that Xiaoling Yu could not dodge. However, the difference was that while Xiaoling Yu used the silver moon broken sword to defend himself, his other hand quickly took out the scimitar that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Ji Yong was furious because his divine spear had been damaged, so his attacks were very fierce and fast. When he hit his opponent with his palm, he thought that his opponent was unable to resist, and his opponent waved the broken sword again as a final struggle. However, he did not expect that his opponent, a mere 9 heavens Xian immortal, actually had a divine weapon. Therefore, after Ji Yong consciously dodged the silver moon broken sword sweep, he did not retract his palm, and his palm shot out lightning again. The lightning struck Xiaoling Yu's body as expected, but the scimitar that was as thin as a cicada's wing had an extremely strong, invisible effect. At this critical moment, even though Ji Yong was an immortal emperor, the scimitar was extremely sharp and slashed across his chest the moment he sensed the flash of cold light. The moment Ji Yong was attacked, he activated his power to defend himself. Unfortunately, how could a hurried defense block the sharpness of a divine weapon? The scimitar slashed across Ji Yong's chest, leaving a wound that was more than a foot long and close to 3 inches deep. Blood gushed out in an instant. Physical injuries were nothing to an immortal emperor cultivator. Xiaoling Yu also knew this, so when he slashed with the scimitar just now, he also injected his power into the scimitar. After hitting his opponent, the chaotic demonic energy in the scimitar was all injected into Ji Yong's body. Ji Yong cried out in alarm and flew back. Xiaoling Yu was also paralyzed by the golden lightning again, but this golden lightning did not have any other effect other than paralyzing his body. Although Ji Yong was an immortal emperor, he also cultivated immortal spiritual energy in his body. It was purer than the immortal spiritual energy of cultivators below the immortal emperor level, but its essence did not increase by much and was not as strong as the chaotic demonic energy. When the chaotic demonic energy poured into his body through the wound, not only did Ji Yong have to use all his power to suppress it, but it also prevented him from healing his wound quickly. Xiaoling Yu was actually in a very dangerous situation just now. If Ji Yong could react and dodge quickly, not only would his attack be ineffective, but Ji Yong would also be on guard. In that case, what awaited him would be Ji Yong's fiercer and more careful attacks. Ji Yong was already injured, and the chaotic, demonic energy was wreaking havoc in his body. It was impossible for him to fight with his full strength. Xiao Yu took the opportunity to continuously attack with the demonic soul-severing palm, and even used the silver moon broken saber to create colorful firebirds to counterattack. Retreat. The sky full of palm shadows surrounded Ji Yong in an instant. Ji Yong shouted loudly, and it sounded like thunder from his mouth. He actually turned most of the palm shadows into nothingness, and only a small part of the palm shadows hit his body. Even though it was only a small part of the palm shadows, it greatly shook Ji Yong's soul and immortal infant, causing his injuries to worsen. However, Xiao Yu was also the kind of person who would not give up easily once he gained the upper hand. Wave after wave of attacks swept over like a violent storm, covering the sky and covering the earth. Because of his carelessness just now, or because he was anxious to kill Xiao Yu, Ji Yong fell into a passive and disadvantageous position. Okay, it's time to end this battle. Morning Soul Wave. After enduring another wave of attacks, Ji Yong's expression became a little sinister and terrifying. He suddenly spread out his arms and closed his eyes. Waves of powerful aura caused the surrounding space to fluctuate incessantly, and actually caused all of Xiao Yu's attacks to stop when they got close to him. Morning. After a short moment, Ji Yong suddenly opened his eyes and shouted a word that sounded like a thunderclap. When the syllable came out of his mouth, it formed a strange and powerful wave that rushed towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu also felt a little strange, and his heart was alarmed. He immediately put up all kinds of defenses, but it was to no avail. The strange wave penetrated all of his defenses and entered his body. In the next moment, Xiao Yu felt the golden soul pearl hidden in the chaos demon infant's body automatically tremble, and his soul power dissipated by 1%. Morning, his soul power was dissipating, so Xiao Yu naturally could not counterattack, but Ji Yong's syllables kept coming out of his mouth. This spell, called Morning Soul Wave, should be Ji Yong's trump card big move. It was something that Xiao Yu could not withstand. At this critical moment, Xiao Yu only hesitated for a moment and then hid in the spiritual abode. When Xiao Yu first obtained the spiritual abode, he could only hide in it and could not use it to do anything. However, it was different now. He had refined the spiritual abode for many years, and he could still use it to some extent. After entering the spiritual abode, Xiao Yu directly made the spiritual abode collide with Ji Yong. The spiritual abode was extremely fast, and in a flash, it was beside Ji Yong, shining with colorful light as it slammed into him. Ji Yong was still trying to suppress the chaotic power in his body, and, at the same time, used the Morning Soul Wave. When he saw the spiritual abode colliding with him, he could only block it with his palm. After all, the spiritual abode was a divine artifact. How could it be sent flying by Ji Yong's palm? Not only did it collide with Ji Yong's palm, but it also flew a distance with Ji Yong. Then, the spiritual abode suddenly stopped, and after putting some distance between it and Ji Yong, it slammed into him again. Ji Yong was sent flying again. Just as he was about to do something, Xiao Yu came out of the spiritual abode and slammed a few palms forward. Suddenly, a sky full of palm shadows rushed toward Ji Yong. Ji Yong dispersed some of the palm shadows, but he could not avoid being hit by others. His soul and immortal infant were greatly shaken again. When Ji Yong wanted to use the Morning Soul Wave again, Xiao Yu hid in the spiritual abode again and made the spiritual abode collide with him again. Under this repeated situation, Ji Yong could not do anything to Xiao Yu. Instead, his injuries became more and more serious. It was also because he had a life-saving spiritual abode that Xiao Yu dared to fight with Ji Yong in the starry sky of the East Imperial Continent. If Ji Yong had chosen to flee, Xiao Yu wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Unfortunately, Ji Yong was too proud and couldn't afford to lose. Even under such circumstances, he still felt that he would definitely win. He absolutely couldn't flee. However, all cultivators who were proud to the point of being a little arrogant had this kind of spirit that would never admit defeat. This kind of spirit could sometimes bring them back from the brink of death and turn the situation around, but it could also easily cost them their lives. You coward, don't hide if you have the ability. Come out and fight with me openly. Under Shaolin Yu's somewhat shameless fighting style, Ji Yong's injuries became more and more serious, and he became more and more frustrated. Shaolin Yu did not care about Ji Yong's words. When Ji Yong's palm hit his head just now, he knew that Ji Yong had the intention to kill him. From then on, he had the intention to kill Ji Yong. After the spiritual abode collided with him a few more times, and Shaolin Yu came out to strike him a few more times with the soul-splitting demonic palm, Ji Yong's injuries were extremely serious. Although Ji Yong realized that he was in danger now, he did not have the ability to escape. Ji Yong did everything he could and used all kinds of methods to attack the spiritual abode. However, it was useless. In his desperation, he took out his message, Immortal Pearl. Less than 10 minutes after Ji Yong sent the message, he endured another wave of attacks from Shaolin Yu and the spiritual abode. His cultivation was no longer able to suppress the chaotic demonic power in his body, causing it to pour into his dantian and surround his immortal nascent soul, which had been shaken countless times. The immortal nascent soul could no longer provide energy to his body, and Ji Yong's body was seriously injured. The soul attack he could use was also his most powerful attack, but it was completely useless against Shaolin Yu, who was hiding in the spiritual abode. His defeat was already set in stone. Without energy to support his body, he naturally could not increase his speed. Ji Yong could only hover in midair, and his life essence was rapidly draining away. As his life essence drained away, his soul consciousness would also weaken. His body was already on the verge of collapse. Even so, Shaolin Yu did not leave the spiritual abode. He still used the spiritual abode to collide with Ji Yong. Bang! Ji Yong's body finally fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Chapter 380. Shaolin Yu carefully observed Ji Yong's body with his consciousness until he was sure that Ji Yong was dead. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief and completely relax. This was also an extremely difficult battle. However, Shaolin Yu knew that he had the spiritual abode and was already invincible. That was why he dared to fight. However, he had almost lost his life just now. If not for a life-saving divine treasure like the spiritual abode, Shaolin Yu would never have dared to fight head-on with an immortal emperor. The difference in cultivation level would lead to many aspects that could not be compensated for, such as the locking of consciousness and speed. With a thought, Shaolin Yu kept Ji Yong's body in his spiritual abode and sealed it. Shaolin Yu had also seen Ji Yong's message just now. He knew that someone would come soon. Therefore, he did not recuperate and entered the spiritual abode as well. Then, he manipulated the spiritual abode to escape far away. Less than 2 hours after Shaolin Yu left, Zhongji arrived and carefully looked around. Why is there an aura of demonic power? Could the person who killed Ji Yong be a demonic cultivator? After receiving Ji Yong's call for help, Zhongji rushed here at full speed. However, he did not expect that Ji Yong's soul imprint in his communication Immortal Pearl would disappear halfway. Therefore, he knew that Ji Yong was dead. Who in the world is behind this? Ji Yong did not even have a chance to escape. Zhongji was full of doubts, but no one could answer for him. Damn it! Why didn't you know how to keep a low profile and behave yourself? Why did you have to come to my territory to die? Why didn't you tell me who you were asking for help first? After thinking for a long time, Zhongji could not help but curse. Could he have done it? Zhongji suddenly thought of something. He took out his communication Immortal Pearl and sent out another message. Even after receiving the message, Zhongji's expression still didn't turn for the better. He looked around again and landed on the East Imperial continent with an ashen expression. Zhongji had sent a message to Shaolin Yu just now. In response to Zhongji's inquiry, Shaolin Yu naturally denied it. It was not that he did not dare to admit what he had done, but that there was no need for him to admit it. In his opinion, it was fine to not have a descendant of Earth like Ji Yong, who was incapable of accomplishing anything but good at ruining things. He did not feel that killing Ji Yong, who was also a descendant of Earth, was a mistake. Instead, he felt that he had gotten rid of a black sheep for the organization. If Ji Yong was not eliminated, he would cause great trouble for the descendants of Earth sooner or later. He truly wanted to contribute to the Earth's descendants and make them stronger. He didn't want to fall out with the Earth descendants because he killed Ji Yong. He also didn't want the Earth's descendants to fight with him because of this. Of course, this was also what Shaolin Yu said to comfort him afterwards. The reason why he killed Ji Yong was because Ji Yong wanted to kill him. Shaolin Yu would never be courteous to those who wanted to kill him. People who had just caused trouble all liked to hide at home. Shaolin Yu was the same. Although the Nanhua immortal sect was not considered a home in his heart, it was still a temporary residence for him. He rushed to the Nanhua immortal sect's encampment at full speed and entered his own pavilion. Although I denied it, Zhongji might not believe me. After all, I fought with Ji Yong before. It's better for me to hide in the Nanhua immortal sect for a while. Even if they want to investigate, I'm afraid they won't dare to come directly to the Nanhua immortal sect to find me. Shaolin Yu muttered to himself and went up to the second floor. He first activated the defensive restriction and array formation around the pavilion to prevent people from spying on him before entering the god's abode. Although this guy is despicable, his abilities are definitely not bad, especially since he has the Yellow Emperor's bloodline. If I can transfer his Yellow Emperor's bloodline to my body, my soul will also have special abilities. Shaolin Yu let his imagination run wild. He stroked his chin with his fingers and pondered quietly. Now that I have the true dragon's bloodline and my body has undergone many transformations, although I still have the body of a human, I'm even more demonic than a demon. I already have a very strong ability to absorb other bloodlines. Transferring this guy's Yellow Emperor's bloodline shouldn't be a problem, right? The books say that we Chinese are the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. I have some relationship with the Yellow Emperor. His bloodline shouldn't reject my body, right? If the transfer is successful, maybe the Yellow Emperor's bloodline can suppress the Demon Sovereign's life mark, and I won't have to think about reaching the Demon Sovereign realm in 1,000,000 years. After a long time of planning, Shaolin Yu finally made up his mind to transfer Ji Yong's Yellow Emperor's bloodline to himself. Since you're already dead, the Yellow Emperor's bloodline will be wasted on you, Shaolin Yu said to the perfectly preserved corpse. He first undid a portion of the seal he had placed, then poured his energy into Ji Yong's body. After a few moments, he began to withdraw his energy. However, when the energy returned to his body, it wrapped around Ji Yong's life essence. When the life essence completely disappeared, Ji Yong's body immediately turned to ashes. His immortal infant had already dissipated, leaving behind only the scattered power of his soul. This power of his soul was useful to Shaolin Yu. He collected it all and sealed it in a jade bottle. Ji Yong's life essence was imprisoned by the chaos energy. Shaolin Yu didn't refine it right away. Instead, he took out the jade bathtub and poured the medicinal decoction he had concocted in his free time into it. Then, he entered the medicinal decoction and undid the confinement of Ji Yong's life essence from the chaos energy. After that, he slowly circulated the body transformation method. Shaolin Yu used this medicinal decoction to quickly heal his physical injuries. The improvement it could bring to Shaolin Yu's body was so weak that it wasn't even worth mentioning. However, this time, he used Ji Yong's life essence as the main ingredient for the body metamorphosis technique. With the help of the medicinal decoction, it constantly invaded his flesh and blood, transforming every part of his body. Pain was unavoidable, but Shaolin Yu had long become numb to the pain of the body transformation. He could quietly endure it. Whether it was the imprint of the immortal sovereign's life or the bloodline of the true dragon, they were both very high-grade and domineering. It was already difficult for them to merge together. Merging another high-grade bloodline was not only more difficult, but also more dangerous. Fortunately, although the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor was high-grade, It was relatively gentle and had a strong tolerance. In addition, Xiaoling Yu was originally an earthling and could be considered to be of the same origin as the ancient Yellow Emperor. Xiaoling Yu's innate bloodline could be considered to be compatible with the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor. This allowed the body transformation to smoothly reach the end after some ups and downs. However, Xiaoling Yu didn't expect that as soon as the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor entered his body, he would immediately feel as if his body and soul were separated. Then, Xiaoling Yu understood. The strength and uniqueness of his body had already exceeded the range that the Golden Soul Pearl could control. If his soul didn't progress with it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoling Yu pondered for a moment and thought of a solution to this problem. The reason for this problem was that his body had just undergone a transformation. If he underwent another transformation of his soul, it should be fine. And the main ingredient for the transformation of his soul was the soul energy left behind by Ji Yong. Xiaoling Yu didn't hesitate at all. There wasn't much time for him to hesitate and prepare. He took out the jade bottle that he had just put away and absorbed all the soul energy in it into his body. Then, it flowed along his meridians and into his dantian. Finally, it was all swallowed by the Chaos Demon Nascent Soul. The Chaos Demon Nascent Soul sent that portion of soul energy to the side of the Golden Soul Pearl. Then, with Xiaoling Yu's cooperation, the Golden Soul Pearl suddenly exploded. Thanks to the Chaos Demon Nascent Soul's uniqueness and the fact that it was currently at the Chaotic Void refinement stage, the explosion of the Golden Soul Pearl didn't have any adverse effects on him. With the help of the soul transformation technique, the soul energy that originally belonged to Xiaoling Yu that had exploded quickly intertwined with Ji Yong's soul energy, forming a soul whirlpool. At the same time, they swallowed each other and merged. Whether it was the transformation of his body or the transformation of his soul, Xiaoling Yu would be in a very weak state. In this state, he would have no resistance at all. Any cultivator whose cultivation was at the golden core stage and above could easily kill him. That was why he was cultivating in the spiritual abode. The soul whirlpool spun faster and faster, and its size became smaller and smaller. The two soul energies within were rapidly merging and compressing. Xiaoling Yu could clearly feel that his soul realm was increasing. After a full 3 days, the transformation of his soul finally ended. A brand new Golden Soul Pearl appeared in the Chaos Demon Nascent Soul's body. Phew! Xiaoling Yu let out a long breath and opened his eyes. 2 sharp, sword-like rays of light shot out from his eyes. Late-stage Immortal Monarch Realm? Xiaoling Yu moved around in the spiritual abode and tried his best to stimulate his will. He found that his cultivation realm was comparable to a cultivator at the late-stage Immortal Monarch Realm. He was somewhat surprised, but he was not too surprised. That's right. Although Ji Yong's soul is special, he is only at the early-stage Immortal Emperor Realm. Moreover, he should have just advanced. It is indeed impossible for me to reach the early-stage Immortal Emperor Realm after absorbing his incomplete soul. After thinking for a while, Xiaoling Yu felt relieved. After I familiarize myself with the Immortal Monarch Realm and the Chaotic Void refinement stage, I will collect all the materials. Then, I could try to break through to the 5th transformation. Xiaoling Yu left the spiritual abode and withdrew the restrictions and arrays around the pavilion. Then, he went downstairs and walked out of the pavilion with a calm expression. It was not suitable for him to continue cultivating since he had just made some progress. The best choice was to go out and explore. The situation in the Nanhua Immortal Sect was complicated. Although the main encampment was very beautiful, Xiaoling Yu did not want to walk around here. Even if it was just a bare mountain outside, at least he could relax a little. Chapter 381. Uncle Master Xiao. Master asked me to invite you over for some tea. The newcomer was a middle-aged cultivator, and his cultivation base was even higher than Xiaoling Yu's. He was at the peak of the late-stage Immortal Monarch Realm. However, when he saw Xiaoling Yu, he was very respectful and courteous. Who is your senior brother? Xiaoling Yu asked calmly. He could see the cultivation level of this person, but this person couldn't see through him. Uncle Master, it's Sect Master Ching Pingzi, the person answered. So, it's Sect Master Senior Brother. Please lead the way. Shaoling Yu nodded and replied. Uncle Master, this way please. The person led the way and brought Shaoling Yu to a bamboo forest in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The bamboo forest wasn't very big and was only about a few 100 feet long and wide. However, the bamboo trees were green and tall, looking like soldiers standing upright. Just like the other places in the Nanhua Immortal Sect Station, this bamboo forest didn't have any ripples of arrays or restrictions. However, Shaoling Yu, whose cultivation level had greatly improved and who had inherited the Yellow Emperor's bloodline, could see that there was an exquisite illusion array hidden here, and that these bamboos weren't as simple as they looked. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there was a courtyard with a few medium-sized bamboo buildings. This was where Sect Master Ching Pingzi of the Nanhua Immortal Sect cultivated and lived. The bamboo forest was quiet. Although the gate of the courtyard was wide open, it seemed empty. Through the gate of the bamboo courtyard, one could see that the courtyard was empty and no one was walking around. However, when Shaoling Yu reached the gate of the courtyard, he smelled the rich and intoxicating fragrance of tea. From the looks of it, the tea inside had already been prepared. Uncle Master, please come in. After inviting Shaoling Yu into the courtyard, the middle-aged cultivator walked to the gate of a bamboo building and called out, Master, Uncle Master Shao is here. A moment later, Sect Master Ching Pingzi of the Nanhua Immortal Sect came out of the bamboo building to welcome him. Dressed in a yellow robe, Ching Pingzi had white hair and a youthful face. He looked hale and hearty. When he saw Shaoling Yu, his eyes lit up and he said, Junior Brother Shao, your cultivation level seems to have improved again. Congratulations. Come, the fragrance of the tea is strong. We're waiting for you to taste it. You're too polite, Sect Master. Shaoling Yu cupped his hands politely and walked into the bamboo building calmly. He wasn't surprised that Ching Pingzi could tell that his cultivation level had improved. After all, Ching Pingzi was a master in peak late-stage Immortal Emperor realm. Although he couldn't see through Shaoling Yu's cultivation level, he could tell something from Shaoling Yu's aura. The bamboo building had 2 floors. On the first floor, there was a living room and a side room. Ching Pingzi invited Shaoling Yu to the side room. The room was not large and the decorations were very simple. There was only a small table and 2 prayer mats beside the table, which were usually used by the cultivators to meditate and cultivate. On the small table, there was a tea set. At this moment, the spout of the teapot was steaming, and the rich fragrance of tea filled the room. The 2 sat cross-legged on the futons. Ching Pingzi held the handle of the teapot and poured 2/3 of the tea into the 2 high-grade jade teacups. He said, This tea is called 10,000 years lifespan. Each cup can increase your lifespan by 10,000 years. It has a miraculous effect on nourishing and protecting the life essence of immortals. As everyone knew, the lifespan of cultivators was limited. The higher their cultivation level, the longer their lifespan would be. However, there would be a time when their lifespan would be exhausted. One of the most important reasons why cultivators worked hard on cultivation was to increase their lifespan. They wanted to reach the immortal realm and break the limit of their lifespan. According to Shaoling Yu's knowledge, even if one's cultivation level reached the immortal venerable realm, if one didn't continue to work hard on cultivation, one's cultivation level wouldn't improve for a long time. Sooner or later, one's lifespan would be exhausted and he would die. Shaoling Yu didn't know if one could reach the immortal realm after reaching the immortal realm. Under normal circumstances, there was a limit to how long a cultivator could stay in each realm. Take Shaoling Yu's current late-stage immortal monarch realm as an example. Generally speaking, he could stay in this realm for at most 20 million years. However, this tea, called 10,000 years lifespan, could increase a cultivator's lifespan by 10,000 years with 1 cup. It had a heaven-defying effect. It was definitely a priceless treasure for cultivators who lacked the time to improve or break through their lifespan. Although the tea was precious, Xiaoling Yu didn't care about it. His cultivation speed was very fast, and the limit of his lifespan wasn't a threat to him at all. He knew that Qing Pingzi didn't just invite him to drink tea. Come, junior brother Xiao, have a taste of this 10,000 years lifespan. Qing Pingzi placed a teacup in front of Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately picked up the teacup and brought it to his mouth. The tea's fragrance had already entered his nose. It was rich and intoxicating. However, Xiaoling Yu discovered that for some reason, he felt a bit of repulsion and disgust towards the 10,000 years longevity tea, so he frowned slightly. What's wrong? Qing Pingzi asked in confusion when he saw Xiaoling Yu's expression. Haha, nothing. I just feel that. I can't repay senior brother sect master's hospitality. Xiaoling Yu smiled perfunctorily. However, he thought to himself, it's probably because the immortal spiritual energy contained in this tea is too rich, and the demonic nature of my body doesn't like this aura. Thinking of this, Xiaoling Yu had already taken a sip of the tea. This tea was quite miraculous. As soon as it entered his mouth, it vaporized before it even flowed into his stomach. Xiaoling Yu felt that a rich, immortal spiritual energy and some energy that he couldn't identify in a short period of time had already spread throughout his body before he could envelop and restrict it with his chaotic demonic energy. Whether it was the rich, immortal spiritual energy or the energy that he couldn't identify, they all made Xiaoling Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. The demonic nature in his body and the life imprint of the demon lord were both agitated at this moment. However, Xiaoling Yu reacted quickly. With a thought, the true dragon bloodline and the yellow emperor bloodline in his body worked together to suppress the demonic nature in his body and the life imprint of the demon lord. At this moment, Xiaoling Yu's body was suffused with a golden glow, making him look very solemn and dignified, as if a god had descended to earth. Fortunately, he had just obtained the yellow emperor bloodline. Otherwise, after being stimulated by the 10,000 years longevity tea, Xiaoling Yu's demonic nature and the life imprint of the demon lord would have exploded at the same time. It would have been difficult for the true dragon bloodline alone to suppress it. Even if a little of it leaked out, Qing Pingzi's shrewd eyes would have easily seen through it. Xiaoling Yu's strange situation after drinking the 10,000 years longevity tea made Qing Pingzi feel a little surprised. This was because he already knew that there would be a reaction, so he had been carefully observing with his mind. However, he didn't expect that Xiaoling Yu's aura and characteristics would be so difficult for him to distinguish. After a full hour, the glow on Xiaoling Yu's body gradually receded. His body and expression also returned to normal. It's really the best tea. Xiaoling Yu seemed to praise happily, but in fact, he was cursing Qing Pingzi's evil intentions in his heart. He finally understood why Qing Xian and the Qing guards called Qing Pingzi an old fox. If it's not good tea, how can I serve it to junior brother Xiao? Since it's good tea, junior brother Xiao, please drink 2 more cups. Thank you, senior brother sect leader. However, I can't drink alone. Senior brother, please drink as well. As the two spoke, they each drank a cup. With the suppression of a yellow emperor's bloodline and the true dragon's bloodline, no matter how the 10,000 years of lifespan stimulated Xiaoling Yu's demonic nature and the demon sovereign's life imprint, it was useless. Xiaoling Yu had already exposed the uniqueness and strength of his bloodline, but there was no other abnormal behavior. At this time, he could think that Qing Pingzi didn't give him any other tea, but specifically gave him this 10,000 years longevity tea to test him. He didn't know whether Qing Pingzi wanted to test him or if he had always been suspicious. Qing Pingzi was different from Xiaoling Yu. After drinking a cup of 10,000 years longevity tea, he didn't have any strange reactions. There was no glow on his body, and there was no strange expression on his face. It was probably not because his realm and cultivation were too high, but because he usually drank too much. The two of them drank 3 cups of wine in a row before they stopped. However, nearly 4 hours had already passed. Actually, I called junior brother here today, not only to taste the tea, but also to trouble you with something. Pingzi then said, Sect Master Senior Brother, please instruct me. I will do my best. Shaoling Yu appeared to be very generous. Our Nanhua Immortal Sect is a big sect. Although we have countless disciples, sometimes it's hard to take care of all aspects. Recently, our disciples have been attacked frequently on the godly mausoleum continent under our control. Therefore, I want to ask Junior Brother Sect Leader to go and check it out. Try your best to capture those who dare to attack our disciples and find out the truth. See if there are other big sects in the immortal realm behind this. Junior Brother Sect Leader, would you be willing to do this for the sect? Pingzi explained and asked, I'm also a member of the Nanhua Immortal Sect. I receive a salary from the Nanhua Immortal Sect and am favored by Senior Brother Sect Leader. How can I not do my best? Shaoling Yu said righteously. Haha, with Junior Brother's words, I'm relieved. Pingzi smiled with great relief and then called out to the door, Jingxian, come in. The middle-aged cultivator walked in and bowed with cupped fists. Disciple Jingxian greets master and martial uncle. Pingzi then said to Shaoling Yu, Junior Brother Sect Leader, you don't know much about the sect, and I guess you haven't been to the godly mausoleum continent. Jingxian is my second disciple. He is diligent and polite and is very familiar with the sect. This time, I'll let him follow Junior Brother Sect Leader and assist you. Shaoling Yu was not ignorant. He knew that Jingxian was arranged by Pingzi to follow him. Although it seemed that he was helping him, he was actually monitoring him. Therefore, he just nodded with a smile and did not say anything. Jingxian, you have to follow your martial uncle Shao and serve him well. Don't neglect or disobey him. If anything goes wrong, I won't forgive you. Pingzi said in a dignified manner. Chapter 382. Although Shaoling Yu had promised Pingzi he wouldn't go to the godly mausoleum continent directly. Instead, he returned to his residence and meditated for a few days, expelling or digesting the cups of immortal spiritual energy and special energy. 3 months had passed. Then he set off with Jingxian, who had been waiting outside. The two of them first arrived at the entrance of the East Imperial Kingdom. Without needing to queue, Jingxian took out a token and showed it to the leader of the teleportation array guards. Then, the leader asked the cultivators who were about to be teleported to the back. Shaoling Yu and Jingxian entered the teleportation array calmly. After a white light flashed, Shaoling Yu and Jingxian left the East Imperial Continent. In fact, the reason why he had promised Pingzi was that Shaoling Yu had plans to leave the East Imperial Continent for a period of time. However, he didn't have a suitable place to go before. If he left, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. Now was the perfect opportunity. The Divine Tomb continent wasn't close to the East Imperial Continent. With a normal teleportation speed, it would take at least a few hundred years to teleport over. However, Shaoling Yu and Jingxian were disciples of the Nanhua Immortal Sect, a major sect in the immortal domain. Naturally, they had some privileges. Every time, Jingxian would take out the token and use the teleportation array without queuing. With such continuous teleportation, the speed was undoubtedly countless times faster. In less than a month, the two had arrived at the Divine Tomb continent. The Divine Tomb continent's size and prosperity were much worse than the East Imperial continent. The overall cultivation level of the cultivators was also far from that of the East Imperial continent. Although the Divine Tomb continent had always been under the control of the Nanhua Immortal Sect in name, in fact, many big and small forces had left their own experts here. These experts didn't usually appear and were just hiding. The reason was that there was a legend in the Divine Tomb continent. It said that there was an ancient god's tomb here. Therefore, many big and small forces in the immortal world have been sending people here to search. However, after countless years, no one had found the legendary tomb. It was also because of this legend that the Divine Tomb continent had such a strange name. Except for those hidden experts from various forces, the cultivation level of the native cultivators of the Divine Tomb continent was very ordinary. Although the resources on this continent were not poor, they were not rich either. As for high-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they were almost extinct. Those experts who came to search for the divine tomb had almost turned the entire divine tomb continent upside down. No natural treasure could hide from them. Since those experts couldn't find the divine tomb, they naturally didn't mind taking a few high-grade treasures back. In the past, there had been some disputes on the divine mausoleum continent. Occasionally, players would come across some high-tier treasures. However, as the number of treasures on the divine mausoleum continent decreased, everyone lost the motivation and reason to fight each other. Many experts had simply found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Countless seniors had failed to find the legendary divine tomb, and there were even immortal venerables who said that the legend was completely untrue. Therefore, almost no one bothered to search for it. As for why someone attacked the disciples of the Nanhua mortal sect recently, it was something that needed Xiao Lingyu to investigate. Jing Xian didn't know. Although I don't know who did it, the person who dared to attack the disciples of the Nanhua immortal sect on the Divine Tomb continent is definitely not an ordinary expert. Although the Nanhua immortal sect isn't domineering to the outside world, we are still a major sect. If an ordinary sect dares to offend us, the Nanhua immortal sect will send experts to erase their names from the immortal world for the sake of our reputation. Jing Xian analyzed calmly while leading Xiao Lingyu into the Divine Tomb City. Although the Divine Tomb continent wasn't prosperous, as the main city of the continent and a big city next to the teleportation array, the Divine Tomb City was bustling with people. Although it wasn't as crowded as the East Royal City, and the shops on both sides of the street weren't as grand and luxurious, it was still a bustling scene. The two walked slowly and soon arrived in front of the City Lord Mansion in the center of the city. The Divine Tomb continent belonged to the Nanhua Immortal Sect, so the Divine Tomb City and the City Lord Mansion naturally belonged to the Nanhua Immortal Sect. The City Lord couldn't be an outsider and must be a disciple of the Nanhua Immortal Sect. The City Lord's mansion was not a place where anyone could enter as they wished. There were two cultivators wearing golden armor and holding golden spears guarding the entrance. Their faces were dignified and cold, causing the nearby cultivators to consciously take a detour. Halt! This is an important place of the City Lord Mansion. No one is allowed to enter without permission. When Xiao Lingyu and Jing Xian were about 10 steps away from the City Lord Mansion, they heard a guard shout, "Ask your City Lord to come out. Tell him that a senior from the sect is here to inspect." Jing Xian didn't stop there. Instead, he walked up to a guard and handed him a token. That guard was also a disciple of the Nanhua Immortal Sect, so he naturally recognized the token. His expression became respectful, and he bowed and said, "Seniors, please wait for a moment. I will go and pass the message." After saying that, the guard turned around and entered the City Lord's mansion. The other guard's dignified and cold expression had long since disappeared. He laughed and said, "Seniors, you've worked hard. If there's anything you need, I'm willing to do anything for you." "There's no need for that. In terms of hard work, you guys are the ones who have worked hard. It's not easy to protect the foundation of our Nanhua Immortal Sect," Jing Xian said humbly. He didn't put on the airs of senior just because of his high cultivation. From Jing Xian's seemingly ordinary words, Xiao Lingyu could tell that he was a very cautious person. As a peak late-stage immortal monarch, cultivator, and the disciple of the sect master, Jing Xian definitely had the right to be high-profile. At least, he didn't have to be so polite and low-key in front of this guard who was only an early-stage 9-heaven Xian immortal. Qing Pingzi's decision to send Jing Xian to help and monitor Xiao Lingyu was indeed very appropriate. Although Jing Xian's cultivation level wasn't high, he was the sect master's disciple. If Xiao Lingyu was unhappy with his monitoring, he would make things difficult for him. Moreover, Jing Xian was reliable and shrewd, so he could take care of all aspects. He could indeed help Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu didn't have any messy thoughts, so he naturally didn't mind Jing Xian monitoring him. Since Jing Xian was so capable, he didn't have to worry too much. In less than 100 breaths of time after Jing Xian spoke with that guard, the guard who left just now came back with a slightly plump cultivator. "Senior brother Jing Xian, this is the senior from the main sect, right?" The plump cultivator asked politely. Junior brother Jing Fu. This is Uncle Master Xiao. Jing Xian introduced. Disciple Jing Fu greets Uncle Master Xiao. Jing Fu cupped his fists and bowed. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump, so he couldn't seem to bend his body. There's no need to be so polite. Let's talk inside, Xiaoling Yu replied calmly. With that, Xiaoling Yu didn't need Jing Fu to invite him and directly walked into the city lord's residence. Jing Xian didn't have to put on airs, but Xiaoling Yu had to act like a senior. A senior was a senior, and a powerhouse was a powerhouse. If you couldn't even put yourself in a proper position, you shouldn't expect others to respect you. Jing Fu followed behind Xiaoling Yu and led the way. The three of them arrived at a living room. The living room wasn't big, and there were no guards. However, there were many restrictions around it. Although it seemed open, it was actually very tightly guarded. It was more suitable for discussing confidential matters. Junior brother Jing Fu, tell us about the situation first. After taking a seat, Jing Xian said, You sent a message to the sect, saying that the situation here was strange. You should have found some clues by now, right? Jing Fu took care of the tea and snacks, as he said, Ever since the first time a disciple of our sect was assassinated outside, I sent people out to investigate. It wasn't until more than a month ago that we set up a trap and deliberately let a disciple go out alone. In the end, he really attracted an assassin. Then we surrounded those bandits. Although we also captured one of them, that person committed suicide soon after. However, in that person's storage Dharma treasure, we found a special identity token that belonged to the Fenglong sect. Fenglong sect? Jing Xian frowned and said, Although the Fenglong sect has always been on bad terms with our Nanhua immortal sect, they shouldn't dare to provoke us. Besides, what's the point of them attacking and killing our disciples? Even if the identity token isn't fake, there shouldn't be any soul imprint in it, Xiaoling Yu said. Since the bandit is dead, there shouldn't be any soul imprint in his identity token, Jing Fu said. It's because the soul imprint in a person's identity token will disappear when they die that it's easy to falsify. Usually, in such an attack, they can't guarantee that they won't be in danger. If they don't want to expose their identity, they won't carry the identity token with them, Jing Xian said with narrowed eyes. There's one more thing. Jing Fei of the Fenglong sect is also here. Recently, he has been in frequent contact with people from other sections. His whereabouts are very suspicious. If the identity token of the bandit is suspicious, then Jing Fei's arrival and many of his actions are even more suspicious, Jing Fu added. Jing Fei is here? Has he already reached the Immortal Emperor realm? Jing Xian was also a little surprised. He probably knew Jing Fei. Jing Fu nodded and said, I've seen him once. Whether it's his temperament or his temperament, he's more confident than before. I can't see through his cultivation, but he's most likely an early-stage Immortal Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out. Jing Xian said worriedly, As far as I know, Jing Fei doesn't like to go out. He's wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. This time, the Fenglong sect sent him here for more than just traveling. In the past, our sect, the Fenglong sect, and the other sects often had disciples below the Immortal Emperor realm spar with each other. At that time, Jing Fei was very strong and defeated many elite disciples of the Nanhua Immortal sect. However, he lost a senior brother Jing Xian once, and it was a pity. Since then, he hasn't been kind to the Nanhua Immortal sect. Before he came to the Divine Mausoleum continent, it was peaceful here. Chapter 383. Anyway, from all aspects, the Fenglong sect is the most suspicious, Jing Fu concluded. This matter is of great importance. We can't judge the truth by speculation. You should investigate it carefully. It's best if you can get solid evidence before coming to a conclusion, Xiaoling Yu said seriously. The conversation ended here. Jing Fu arranged for Xiaoling Yu and Jing Xian to stay in 2 first-class guest rooms in the City Lord's mansion and then went to do his own things. Xiaoling Yu came to the Divine Tomb continent to hide temporarily. As for the task given by Qing Pingzi, he would try his best to complete it. However, with so many disciples of the Nanhua Immortal sect here, he certainly wouldn't investigate it personally. He just stayed in the divine tomb city with peace of mind. In a dark secret room in the courtyard of the city lord's estate, Jing Fu was sitting cross-legged facing a cultivator in black clothes and a black cloak. Due to the black cloak, Jing Fu couldn't see the man's appearance clearly, but he knew the man's identity very well. "Who did the sect send?" the man asked in a somewhat shaky voice. "It's a martial uncle with the surname Xiao and the second disciple of the sect master, Jing Xian," Jing Fu replied. "Surname Xiao? He should be the one who was just accepted into the sect by that old fox." The man pondered for a moment and said, "Since junior brother Xiao came here under orders, it can be seen that he has made a choice." Jing Fu shook his head and said, "This disciple thinks otherwise. If this martial uncle Xiao really chose to join martial uncle sect master's faction, then with martial uncle sect master's temper, he definitely wouldn't have sent him to the divine tomb continent. Presumably, martial uncle sect master also knows a lot about the situation here." The man nodded and said, "You're right. Go and test him when you have time. If he's still hesitating, we'll try our best to rope him in. If he's already one of the old fox's people, we can immediately take action." Jingfu thought for a moment and said worriedly, "Although sect master's lineage suffered a great loss last time, this disciple feels that sect master martial uncle is very scheming. Aren't we being a little too hasty in our attack this time?" The newcomer laughed and said, "Haha, don't be deceived by that old fox's appearance. Last time his side seemed to be the weakest, but at the last moment we realized how powerful he was. Even a powerful existence like Qing Lu was killed by him. At that time, he had deceived all of us. If he had not schemed to drive a wedge between Qing Xian and Qing Lu, how could the sect leader position be his today? However, it was precisely because he succeeded in sowing discord last time that caused Qing Lu's death that we also had a chance. If Qing Xian and Qing Lu continue to stand together, not only that old fox, but we also have no chance." Jingfu sighed and said, "I think martial uncle Qing Lu is also an outstanding person. If he doesn't die, he should be able to reach the immortal venerable realm." The newcomer said indifferently, "Even outstanding people have weaknesses. Although junior brother Qing Lu is extremely talented and has extraordinary aptitude, he is still infatuated with Qing Xian. However, Qing Xian's heart is as still as water, and she doesn't have any feelings for him. Even if Qing Lu doesn't die, he will be trapped by the love demon and turn into ashes under the brilliant divine tribulation. Cultivators of our generation go against the heavens to cultivate. It's already very difficult. If we have any distractions, how can we last long? Compared to Qing Lu, I feel that Qing Xian is the truly powerful person. Not only is her aptitude very high, but her strength can be said to be the strongest in our sect. Moreover, she has a firm will. If she can break through the immortal venerable realm and finally pass the divine tribulation, I won't be surprised at all." Jingfu continued, "It's precisely because martial uncle sect leader is too good at acting that we have to be more careful this time. This time, his faction also seems to be weak, but they might still be very powerful." The newcomer shook his head and said, "You think too highly of that old fox. If he really is very powerful, why would he personally go out a rope in junior brother Xiao? Although he seems to be weak this time, the feeling he gives us is still very powerful. At least, you think we shouldn't make things difficult for him now. However, this feeling he gives us is actually deliberately created by him." Jingfu didn't say anything more, but he still looked a little worried. "Don't think too much. You just need to do your job well. Regardless of success or failure, it doesn't have much to do with us. No matter who wins or loses, it won't involve too much, and it won't shake the sect's foundation. At most, a few immortal emperors who stand on the wrong side will die, and the power will change. Now, go and test junior brother Xiao first. After you find out, we'll make a plan." After saying that, the newcomer waved his hand at Jingfu, indicating for him to leave. After Jingfu bowed, he left the secret room and returned to his room to think for a while. Then, he gritted his teeth and went out. Jingfu didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went to the guest room where Xiao Lingyu was. After entering, he bowed and greeted him very respectfully and politely. "Why did you come here instead of investigating?" Shaoling Yu asked rudely. "Martial uncle, I came here to show my filial piety," Jing Fu said with a smile. "What filial piety? If it's to curry favor, there's no need for that," Shaoling Yu said with a frown. "It's not to curry favor, but martial uncle Qingwei's order. I don't dare to be greedy." After Jing Fu explained, he placed a storage bag on the table. When he heard Qingwei's name, Shaoling Yu's frown deepened. However, he still shook his head and said, "I didn't know senior brother Qingwei before I entered the sect, and we didn't have any friendship. Although we're from the same sect now, I can't accept benefits from him for no reason. Please return the things inside to senior martial brother Qingwei on my behalf and convey my gratitude to him." Jingfu's expression seemed to be a little difficult when he heard that. He stood there without moving and seemed to be at a loss. "If there's nothing else, then leave," Shaoling Yu said indifferently. Jingfu had no choice but to put away the storage bag and leave. Shaoling Yu could guess that Jingfu had come to give the gift on behalf of the Qingwei lineage to rope him in. He was even more aware that if he accepted this gift, it would be equivalent to standing on their side. If he didn't accept it, it would mean that he had no intention of cooperating with the Qingwei lineage. Although he didn't want to offend the Qingwei lineage, he also didn't want Qing Pingzi and Qing Xian to see him as an enemy. However, he also knew that he couldn't always remain neutral because he was alone. If he didn't join any faction could easily kill him. If he had to choose a faction to rely on, Shaoling Yu would rather choose the sect master's faction. No matter what others said, he felt that sect master Qing Pingzi was a good person. Less than 10 days after Shaoling Yu arrived at the Divine Tomb continent, another Nanhua immortal sect disciple was attacked outside. Shaoling Yu and Jing Xian were also invited by Jing Fu to the same living room. This time, it can be proven that the Fenlong sect has been playing tricks in the dark, and it was Jing Fei who did it. Jing Fu seemed to be indignant. "Oh, how do you prove it?" Jing Xian asked doubtfully. "The disciple who was attacked had a transmission immortal talisman on him," Jing Fu replied. The transmission immortal talisman was a communication Dharma treasure that was slightly more advanced than the communication immortal bead. It could transmit a video. After Jing Fu finished speaking, he took out a transparent crystal ball. Then he rubbed his palm on the crystal ball a few times, and a series of images appeared in the crystal ball. The images were very clear. It was a cultivator talking to another cultivator not far away. Then one of them attacked the other. With just one move, one of them died. The dead cultivator didn't put up any defense before the other cultivator attacked. He only crushed an immortal talisman, and then the image ended. "Senior brother Jing Xian, you should know this person, right?" The image froze at the end. Jing Fu pointed at the murderer and asked Jing Xian. "It's Jing Fei indeed." That attack was his usual method. However, there's no need to guess. We can ask Jing Fei directly. With his temperament, if he really did it, he wouldn't deny it, Jing Xian said with a nod. Many years have passed. Maybe his temperament has changed, Jing Fu said nonchalantly. Jing Fu said noncommittally. Moreover, Jing Fei is now a celestial emperor expert. Even if we find him, he might not pay attention to us. At this point, Jing Fu looked at Shaoling Yu. "You guys confirm Jing Fei's approximate location first. I'll go and ask him," Shaoling Yu said. Qing Pingzi asked Shaoling Yu to come over to do this. Now that there was a suspect, he naturally had to go. Jing Fei has been active near Jade Light Lake recently. "Martial Uncle Shao, go to Jade Light Lake and maybe you'll see him," Jing Fu said. Shaoling Yu nodded and then left the City Lord's mansion with a map jade slip that Jing Fu gave him. From the conversation between Jing Fu and Jing Xian, Shaoling Yu had some understanding of Jing Fei. Jing Fei was an early-stage immortal emperor and should have just advanced. Although Jing Fei was very strong, he couldn't be much stronger than Ji Yong. Now that Shaoling Yu had the Yellow Emperor's bloodline and reached the late-stage immortal monarch realm, he was much stronger than before the battle with Ji Yong. Naturally, he was not afraid of Jing Fei. Jade Light Lake was not close to the Divine Tomb City. Even Xiao Lingyu took more than 10 days to fly to it. Looking from afar, Jade Light Lake was quite large and looked like a sea. However, the lake water reflected a green light that dyed the clouds in the sky green. Looking closer, the water of Jade Light Lake was very calm, like a huge mirror. In the map Jade Slip, there was also a brief introduction of this Jade Light Lake, but except for the lake water that was glowing with green light, which made the nearby scenery very beautiful, there was nothing unusual about it. Especially at night, the scenery near Jade Light Lake was more attractive, so there were many cultivators nearby. Xiaolingyu was not here for sightseeing. He restrained his aura and slowed down, pretending to be sightseeing and slowly looking for Jing Fei. Chapter 384. This kind of stalking was very easy to be discovered, especially when the other party's realm was higher than his. Xiaolingyu couldn't completely hide his tracks. Even if he glanced at the other party intentionally or unintentionally, Jing Fei would be able to detect the abnormality. Jing Fei didn't seem to mind that someone was following him. He was still strolling around Jade Light Lake. Sometimes he would break a tree branch with leaves, and sometimes he would stare at the lake in a daze. He seemed to be very interested in what he was doing. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Jing Fei finally flew towards the east of Jade Light Lake. Jing Fei's speed wasn't fast, and he always had a smile on his face. After flying tens of thousands of miles away from Jade Light Lake, Jing Fei suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Xiaolingyu with a smile. Xiaolingyu flew for a while and stopped when he was about 60 meters away from Jing Fei. "You must be from Nanhua Immortal Sect, right?" Jing Fei asked calmly. "Since you know I'm from Nanhua Immortal Sect, I'm sure you won't deny killing our disciples." Xiaolingyu said calmly. "Deny? Of course not. I've never denied anything I've done." Jing Fei sneered. "Then can you tell me why you want to kill the disciples of my Nanhua Immortal Sect?" Xiaolingyu asked expressionlessly. "If I say he provoked me first and I killed him, I'm sure you won't believe me." Jing Fei answered. "You only killed one person?" Xiaolingyu thought for a bit and asked. "Only one person provoked me. How many more should I kill?" Jing Fei continued. "I know your Nanhua Immortal School's disciples have been assassinated recently, and you'll definitely suspect me. However, I didn't do it, so it's best if you don't waste your energy on me." "Okay, then let's talk about the Nanhua Immortal Sect disciple who provoked you. He's only a mid-stage, 9-heaven Xian immortal. How did he have the guts to provoke an immortal emperor?" Xiaolingyu went straight to the point. "What's wrong with his brain? How would I know? He probably doesn't want to live anymore." Jing Fei explained, as if he didn't understand either. Xiaolingyu's intuition told him that Jing Fei was a straightforward person, so he shouldn't be lying. However, he wasn't a bystander, but a representative of the Nanhua Immortal Sect, so he could only say, "You said that he provoked you first. Do you have any evidence?" Jing Fei shook his head. "No." Xiaolingyu said, "You don't have any proof? And a mere 9-heaven Xian immortal dare to provoke you. No one would believe this." Jing Fei said calmly, "If you want to take revenge for that suicidal guy, then don't waste time. I dare to kill him, so I'm not afraid of Nanhua Immortal Sect's revenge." Xiaolingyu actually didn't want to fight Jing Fei, because there were still many suspicious points in this matter that couldn't be concluded. But if he saw Jing Fei and just let him escape, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. So he had to fight, but he didn't have to be too serious. "Since you admit to killing my Nanhua Immortal Sect disciple, then take responsibility," Xiaolingyu said, and the wings of extreme speed appeared behind him. He turned into a silver light and rushed towards Jing Fei. Jing Fei was not one to shy away from a fight. Seeing that his opponent was just waving a palm at him, he did not dodge. Instead, he also pressed a palm forward. This kind of head-on collision was, in fact, testing each other. Under normal circumstances, everyone would retreat on their own, so there wouldn't be any injuries. However, just as the two palms were about to collide, Xiaolingyu's palm suddenly surged with primal chaos true fire. Jing Fei seemed to be prepared as well, and a sharp light shot out from his palm. Whether it was the primal chaos true fire or that ray of light, They all clearly revealed a dangerous aura. However, the two of them seemed to be very confident, their palms still fiercely pressed together. Bang! There was a loud explosion in the air. The two lights flashed wildly for a while and then dissipated at the same time. Xiao Lingyu and Jing Fei flew back a long distance. However, Xiao Lingyu stabilized himself before Jing Fei. Divine fire? After stabilizing himself, Jing Fei felt a burning pain from his palm and looked a little surprised. On the other hand, Xiao Lingyu's sword-like light also pierced through the primal chaos true fire and stabbed into his palm. However, because the primal chaos true fire had greatly weakened it, it didn't cause him any pain. When did Nanhua Immortal Sect have such a powerful person? Did he just join? Or is he a late-stage Immortal Emperor old monster? Jing Fei's heart was bewildered, but his fighting spirit was rising higher and higher. An ancient bronze ruler was already shining in his hand. So what if he's a late-stage Immortal Emperor old monster? Jing Fei gave himself a boost and then rushed at Xiao Lingyu with the ruler. Xiao Lingyu didn't want to fight Jing Fei to the death, but he was afraid that Jing Fei would be too aggressive. Therefore, he didn't want to use too many of his trump cards and divine artifacts. Therefore, when the ruler came at him, he only turned his arms into dragon claws and met it. The bronze ruler was of extraordinary quality. It grew bigger as it came down, but in the end, it was still caught by the dragon claws. Jing Fei was already close. The ruler in his hand swung, swept, and stabbed, but it was caught by the dragon claws no matter what. When he was a late-stage, 9-heaven Xian immortal, Xiao Lingyu was able to contend with Jiyong, an early-stage immortal emperor who had the Yellow Emperor's bloodline. Although he relied on his divine palace to protect himself, he wasn't much weaker than an early-stage immortal emperor. Now that he was a late-stage immortal monarch, his speed and power were far greater than before. Even though Xiao Lingyu was extraordinary, he was still a newly ascended early-stage immortal emperor and couldn't do anything to him. Xiao Lingyu also knew that it was difficult for him to defeat Jing Fei. Therefore, he only defended himself and occasionally counterattacked with chaotic true fire. Jing Fei attacked wildly and felt bored. He said, "Are you the one who came to seek revenge, or am I the one who came to seek revenge? You came to seek revenge, but didn't attack. Why should I fight with you?" With that, Jing Fei turned and left. Xiao Lingyu also pretended to chase for a while, but when Jing Fei picked up his speed, he gave up. Then, Xiao Lingyu returned to the Divine Tomb City and entered the City Lord Mansion. "Uncle Master Xiao, did Jing Fei admit to killing our disciples?" Jing Fu asked. "He did." Xiao Lingyu nodded. He knew in his heart that Jing Fu probably already knew about the fight between him and Jing Fei. It seems that the Fenlong sect is behind this. We should inform the sect headquarters as soon as possible so that the sect can react. We can't let them do whatever they want. We have to teach them a lesson and let them know that the Nanhua Immortal Sect isn't a pushover. Jing Fu said angrily. Xiao Lingyu and Jing Xian both frowned. He only admitted to killing one person from our Nanhua Immortal Sect, and that person provoked him. The other disciples of the Nanhua Immortal Sect had nothing to do with him or the Fenlong Sect, Xiao Lingyu added. Of course he won't admit it. Jing Fu said matter-of-factly. If he didn't admit it, then he wouldn't admit it. Why did he admit to only one case? Jing Xian said. That's because he knows we have evidence, Jing Fu replied. It's up to Uncle Master Xiao to decide whether to inform the sect headquarters or not, Jing Xian said calmly. Of course, it's up to Uncle Master Xiao to decide. Jing Fu realized that he was too agitated and said with a flattering smile, I fought with Jing Fei before, and neither of us could do anything to the other. In the end, he retreated. If this is really the doing of the Fenlong sect, then they will definitely invite someone stronger to come here, or they will just retreat and stop attacking the disciples of the Nanhua Immortal Sect. No matter which one it is enough to prove something. Therefore, I suggest that we continue to observe for a while. After Xiao Lingyu said that, he waved his hand to dismiss Jing Xian and Jing Fu. Not long after, Jing Xian came back and said, I think Jing Fu's attitude towards this is a bit strange. Xiaoling Yu said, I have the same feeling. He seems to be anxious to link this matter to the Fenglong sect and wants to escalate the situation. Jing Xian pondered for a moment before he said, Master told us that Jing Fu is from Martial Uncle Qingwei's faction. He told us to be careful and not let him get hold of any evidence against us. After all, Martial Uncle Qingwei is in charge of the sect's discipline. Xiaoling Yu said with a smile, I don't have any conflict with them, so they won't make things difficult for me. Jing Xian thought for a while and said, Uncle Master came here on the sect master's orders and with the sect master's disciple. I'm afraid they'll misunderstand. Xiaoling Yu knew that Jing Xian was testing him on behalf of Qing Pingzi, so he smiled and said perfunctorily, We're from the same sect after all. There's no need for mutual deception. With that, Xiaoling Yu dismissed Jing Xian. After Jing Fu left, he went to the dark secret room. The cultivator in the black robe and cloak was also there. How's the matter going? The man asked, his voice still a bit shaky. Uncle Master Xiao and Jing Xian are very careful. I suggested that we send a message to the sect, but they didn't agree. Jing Fu replied, Haha, you're too anxious. You'd better be steady. If you're too anxious, you'll be exposed. The man shook his head with a smile and said, That junior brother Xiao should have fought with Jing Fei, right? Jing Fu answered they did. Our spies at Baiguang Lake sent a message saying that the two of them fought for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. They were evenly matched. Afterwards, Jing Fei took the initiative to retreat. Xiao Shishu also chased after him, but he was unable to catch up. The man thought for a while and said, This junior brother Xiao does have some skills. However, he didn't seem to put in any effort this time. Jing Fei is a battle-hungry person. If junior brother Xiao had really gone all out, Jing Fei definitely wouldn't have retreated. The two of them also wouldn't have ended the battle without any injuries. Jing Fu said, Uncle Master Xiao suggested that we wait a little longer. Are we really going to wait? Or are we going to use some more aggressive medicine? Chapter 385. 2 years had passed since the battle with Jing Fei, and there were no more incidents of Nanhua Immortal Sect disciples being killed outside. Jing Fu thought that it was because Jing Fei was afraid of Nanhua Immortal Sect having an immortal emperor expert guarding the Divine Tomb Continent, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Xiaoling Yu and Jing Xian didn't think so, but they didn't have a good reason to explain it. They just felt it was very strange. If the assassin who had been assassinating Nanhua Immortal Sect disciples wasn't from Fenglong Sect, and Jing Fei didn't incite him to do so, he had already planned to frame Jing Fei. Not long after, the scouts of Nanhua Immortal Sect sent back a message saying that Fenglong Sect had sent more immortal emperor experts to the Divine Tomb Continent. Martial Uncle Zhao's guess is correct. That Jing Fei knew that there were experts from our Nanhua Immortal School guarding this place. He first disappeared for a period of time, and then invited more experts from the Fenglong Sect. Now, we can conclude this matter. Xiaoling Yu and Jing Xian were silent. They didn't know how to refute this. Although they believed that Jing Fei and the Fenglong Sect had nothing to do with this matter, all the signs pointed to the Fenglong Sect and Jing Fei. Martial Uncle Xiao, I think the situation on the Divine Tomb Continent is a bit dangerous. Martial Uncle Xiao is brave, but 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. We should inform the sect master as soon as possible and send more experts here. We can't let Fenglong Sect continue to run wild on our territory, Jing Fu said. Jing Fu's suggestion was reasonable. After all, the Divine Tomb Continent was the territory of Nanhua Immortal Sect. However, Fenglong Sect sent not only Jing Fei, but also other immortal emperor experts. This was undoubtedly a provocation to Nanhua Immortal Sect. At least on the surface, it seemed so. If Nanhua Immortal Sect didn't respond, not only would their disciples on the Divine Tomb Continent be in danger, but they would also be laughed at. Although Xiaoling Yu had a lot of doubts in his heart, the current development of the situation was indeed beyond his control. Jing Fei alone was already difficult to deal with. If the Fenlong sect had many great emperors, or even a middle or late-stage great emperors, he alone would not be able to deal with them. He came here to hide temporarily and didn't want to put himself in danger. Moreover, he didn't have any other thoughts. Therefore, after much consideration, he agreed to Jing Fu's suggestion. He used the Nanhua immortal sect's secret technique to seal a portion of his words in a special jade slip. He then asked a disciple of the Nanhua immortal sect to bring this jade slip and Jing Fu's token to the sect's encampment on the East Imperial continent. After Jing Fu left, Jing Xian asked in confusion, "Why did the Fenlong sect send more monarch realm masters to the Divine Tomb continent? Is it because Martial Uncle had a fight with Jing Fei?" Xiao Lingyu smiled and said, "No matter what, it's a fact that the Fenlong sect sent more experts to the Divine Tomb continent. No matter what their purpose is, we should take it seriously. If they really want to harm the Nanhua immortal sect, we can't let them catch us off guard." Jing Xian said, "I always feel that Jing Fu has other ideas. Perhaps Martial Uncle Qing Wei is going to do something." Xiao Lingyu had always avoided this topic, but he couldn't help but say, "If something really happens, this is just a fuse. Even if there's nothing here, there will be something there. Anyway, what will come will come. If it's unavoidable, it's better to wait and see. Some things don't have much to do with us, and there will be people who should worry about them." After Jing Fu arranged for a reliable disciple to send the letter back, he went to the dark secret room in the city lord's mansion. The mysterious cultivator wrapped in a black robe and a black cloak was still in the secret chamber. However, he was not as relaxed as before. Instead, he was meditating with his legs crossed while his hands were forming a seal. His aura seemed to be a little chaotic. Seeing Jing Fu come in, the cultivator slowly stopped and said weakly, "Did they agree to send the message back?" Jing Fu answered they agreed. "I've already sent the letter back. How's Martial Uncle's injury?" The cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "Although Jing Fei is a junior and has just entered the Monarch realm, his real strength is not much worse than a middle-stage Monarch realm master. Although I severely injured him, I also suffered some minor injuries." Jing Fu said, "If Martial Uncle can directly kill Jing Fei, the Fenlong sect's reaction may be stronger, which will be more beneficial to our plan." The cultivator shook his head and said, "With my strength, it's not difficult to defeat Jing Fei. But if I want to kill him, not only will I be seriously injured, but I may not be able to do it. Anyway, if I seriously injure him, the Fenlong sect will still be angry, so there's no need to kill him. After all, Jing Fei is the Fenlong sect's treasure." Jing Fu nodded in agreement and then asked, "Martial Uncle, who do you think the Fenlong sect will send?" The cultivator smiled and said, "This matter has been blown up. That old fox Qing Ping will definitely gather all the Monarch realm masters in the Fenlong sect to discuss. If I'm not wrong, it will be some immortal emperor from Qing Xian's faction who will come." Actually, Xiao Lingyu and Jing Xian were also guessing which expert would come from their sect. However, after more than half a month, an unexpected figure came to the godly tomb continent. Even the cultivator in the dark secret room was very surprised and said, "I guessed right, it's Qing Xian's faction, but I didn't expect Qing Xian to come by himself." That's right, the master from a Nanhua immortal sect from the East Imperial continent was actually Qing Xian. Now, the cultivators of the Nanhua immortal sect all agreed that Qing Xian was the #1 master of the Nanhua immortal sect and was slightly stronger than the sect master Qing Pingzi. As for why Qing Xian was stronger than Qing Pingzi, it was not because the two had fought, but because everyone guessed. Before Qing Pingzi became the sect master, his strength was much weaker than Qing Xian, the #1 master of the sect at that time. At that time, Qing Xian was only slightly weaker than Qing Lu, so everyone thought that Qing Xian must be stronger than Qing Pingzi. But there was a limit to it. After all, Qing Pingzi had been at the peak of the late-stage Immortal Emperor realm for many years. Qing Xian also directly moved into the City Lord's mansion. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but she lived next door to Xiaoling Yu. According to the rules, Xiaoling Yu was the junior brother and should greet Qing Xian first. However, he was not a person who followed the rules and did not go next door to take a look. He did not have any objections to Qing Xian, but he had offended her by selling sand crystals at the Nanhua Treasure Pavilion and then rejected her invitation. Xiaoling Yu did not know how to face this terrifying and straightforward woman. However, Xiaoling Yu did not expect that Qing Xian would take the initiative to look for him in less than 2 days. Junior brother Xiao, you have been the Divine Tomb Continent for some time. Are you doing well? After Qing Xian entered, she sat down casually and started the conversation with a calm face. I am a responsible person and do not like to cause trouble. Naturally, there is no trouble, Xiaoling Yu said meaningfully. Haha, I don't like to cause trouble, but sometimes trouble will come to me. For example, this time, when the Divine Tomb Continent was in trouble, our Nanhua Immortal Sect did not want to provoke the Fenlong Sect, but they secretly attacked and killed our disciples, Qing Xian said with a faint smile. It must be said that Qing Xian was a cold and elegant beauty. Very rarely did she reveal a smile before others. Even if she did smile, it would be a perfunctory smile. However, her current smile appeared to be very amiable, causing her to appear even more beautiful and moving. Qing Xian smiled, not because she saw Xiaoling Yu as one of her own, but because she found it interesting that Xiaoling Yu was so perfunctory about the 3 factions. Qing Xian had been the Nanhua Immortal Sect for many years. She had never seen a newly joined monarch realm cultivator refuse the invitations of the 3 factions. Everyone knew that it was impossible to stay out of trouble in the Nanhua Immortal Sect. What is the sect's opinion on this matter? Xiaoling Yu asked. Suppress it with force, Qing Xian answered seriously. Xiaoling Yu frowned and said, this is a serious matter. The Fenlong Sect is not a small sect. If the 2 sects really fight, Qing Xian did not wait for Xiaoling Yu to finish and said, Junior brother, I see that you are a courageous person. Why can't you think it through? It is because the Fenlong Sect thinks that we won't easily attack them that they dare to be so unscrupulous. We must be more fearless than them. Only then can they be afraid, admit defeat, and restrain themselves. Senior sister, do you also think the Fenlong Sect is behind this? Xiaoling Yu asked again. It's not that I think so too. It's just that Junior brother sent a letter back saying so. Junior brother has been investigating this place for a long time and has gathered so much evidence. Could it be that there's still something suspicious about this matter? Qing Xian looked at Xiaoling Yu and asked. Xiaoling Yu thought about it and felt that there was no need to explain too much. This matter had nothing to do with her, and she could not explain it clearly. She asked, how is the sect going to suppress it? Qing Xian said, of course we'll cripple all the experts they sent to the Godly Tomb Continent. What else can we do? Xiaoling Yu frowned even more. After all, she was a monarch realm expert in the sect and was in the Godly Tomb Continent. If the Nanhua Immortal Sect and the Fenlong Sect really fought on the Godly Tomb Continent, she would definitely be involved. After thinking for a while, Xiaoling Yu said meaningfully, it seems that senior sister also wants to escalate the situation. Qing Xian also said meaningfully, junior brother also needs to be prepared and make a decision early. After Qing Xian left, Jing Xian came again. Master also sent a message, telling martial uncle to be careful. He said that not only the Godly Tomb Continent, but also the entire Nanhua Immortal Sect will have a big event in the near future, Jing Xian said with a serious face. I know, Xiaoling Yu replied indifferently without much change in expression. He had already expected Qing Pingzi's message. Actually, Master doesn't agree with a strong counterattack against the Fenlong Sect, but most of the experts in the sect think we should do it. Besides, it was Martial Uncle Qing Xian who requested to come. They seem to want to use this matter to create a big mess, Jing Xian added. Did Senior Brother Sect Leader say anything else? Xiaoling Yu asked. Chapter 386. Xiaoling Yu knew what Qing Pingzi meant by stop hesitating, but he didn't respond and only nodded with a smile. Not long after Jing Xian left, Jing Fu also came with an invitation from the Qin guards. However, he didn't get a definite answer from Xiaoling Yu either. Less than 2 months after Qin Xian arrived at the godly mausoleum continent, something big happened. Beside the Jade Light Lake, Qin Xian fought against 2 Emperor-level experts from the Fenglong sect, killing one and severely injuring the other. Xiaoling Yu's battle against Jing Fei on behalf of Nanhua Immortal Sect was only a prelude, and there was still room for negotiation. However, Qing Xuan's brazen actions had directly pushed 2 sects that could be considered as large sects in the entire immortal world to the battlefield. Jing Fei and Xiaoling Yu didn't suffer any losses in the battle, so it could be considered a friendly exchange. However, this time, the Fenglong sect lost an Emperor-level expert, and another escaped with severe injuries. How could the Fenglong sect, whose strength wasn't much weaker than the Nanhua Immortal sect, let this matter rest? Not long after the battle at the Jade Light Lake, more and more immortal Emperor-level experts from the Fenglong sect came to the godly Mausoleum continent, and so did the Nanhua Immortal sect. Not only were the 2 sects involved mobilizing their experts to prepare for a war, but many experts from the sects that had a good relationship with the 2 sects or were affiliated with the 2 sects were also coming to the Divine Mausoleum continent. The situation was on the verge of breaking out, and the 2 sects seemed to be unable to stop the battle. However, the cultivators of the immortal world weren't like the cultivators of the devil world, who would start a fight without a word. Especially in a large-scale battle like this, both sides wanted to stand on the side of reason. Before the real battle started, they would first declare that their actions were justified. For example, the Nanhua Immortal sect spread the word that it was the Fenglong sect's cultivators who secretly killed their disciples, so they retaliated. On the other hand, the Fenglong sect said that they didn't kill the Nanhua Immortal sect's disciples, and that the Nanhua Immortal sect only took the opportunity to stir up trouble and killed their immortal Emperor-level experts. The Fenglong sect had mobilized a large number of experts to seek justice, so they were forced to retaliate. However, the forces of the immortal world didn't care about what the 2 sects said. They only cared about whether the battle would really start and were ready to take advantage of the situation. As the saying goes, when 2 tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Even if it was the winning side, it wouldn't have an easy time. After all, as the saying goes, if you kill 1,000 enemies, you lose 800 men. Of course, they didn't want to see the battle, or pretend that they didn't want to see the battle between the 2 sections. They also sent representatives to the godly Mausoleum continent to try to mediate, hoping that the 2 sides would remain calm and try to settle this through nonviolent means. If the 2 sides were really just putting on a show and didn't want to fight to the death, they would actively respond to the mediation of the third party. Everyone would sit at the table and negotiate peacefully, then go back to their own homes. But this time, the Nanhua Immortal sect's attitude was firm, and they didn't want to compromise at all. While the Fenglong sect had already suffered a great loss, both sides gave face to the third party and sent representatives to negotiate. However, in less than 10 minutes, the Fenglong sect's representative slammed the table angrily and broke it. The negotiation naturally ended, and the situation became even more serious. After the negotiation, the Nanhua Immortal sect announced that the cultivators of the 2 sects who weren't involved in the battle should all leave the godly Mausoleum continent. Otherwise, the Nanhua Immortal sect wouldn't be responsible for any injuries or deaths. The Fenglong sect also told the cultivators who weren't involved in the battle that this time was unusual, and those who wanted to watch the battle had to weigh their own strength first. At this time, Xiaoling Yu was still in the city lord mansion of the godly Mausoleum city. He felt more and more powerful cultivators from the same sect around him, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Seeing that everyone was in a hurry and had a cold expression, he could only smile bitterly. He originally thought that this was a leisurely task, but he didn't expect to be in the center of the storm and unable to escape. However, what he didn't understand was that Qin Xian and the Qin guards were so active in expanding the situation and putting the Nanhua Immortal sect in the eye of the storm. They also had to contribute to this battle, but what benefits could they gain? Also, why was the Fenlong sect so agitated? Why did Jing Fei come to the godly mausoleum continent of all places? By then, Xiaolingyu had come to know one thing. Not long after his battle with Jing Fei had encountered a very strong cultivator. Additionally, the cultivator had severely wounded Jing Fei. However, this was a very common occurrence in the immortal plane. Most of the time, the one being bullied would endure it and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Very few sects would immediately send out experts to settle the score. The Fenlong sect didn't seem to be led by the nose all the time, but rather actively cooperated. Xiaolingyu could think of so many suspicious points, so could the old fox Qing Pingzi. Many cultivators who knew a little about the situation could see that something was wrong. However, they didn't want to dwell on these suspicious points and wanted to have a real battle. Since no one cared about this, Xiaolingyu didn't need to think too much. He just stayed in the godly mausoleum city and waited for the next move from the sect. The godly mausoleum city was almost empty. Apart from one or a group of Nanhua immortal sect cultivators, there were almost no other pedestrians. The shops on both sides of the street were all closed. Even the branch of the mercenary organization was temporarily closed. One day, a cultivator who was meditating heard someone knocking on his door. He opened the door and saw that it was Qing Xian. Before he could greet her, Qing Xian said, "Junior brother Xiao, it's time for us to go out and exercise." Xiaolingyu knew that the war was about to break out. Although he was a bit worried, he still left with Qing Xian. "Is senior brother, sect master here?" Xiaolingyu followed Qing Xian to the gate of the city lord's mansion and asked. Senior brother sect master is the leader of the sect. He only needs to strategize. Why would he personally go to the front? Qing Xian shook his head. "Do we have enough people here?" Xiaolingyu asked again. These days, he had been meditating in his room and didn't talk to anyone, so he didn't know a lot of things. That depends on how you put it. If we want to fight with the Fenlong sect, we have enough manpower. But if we want to wipe out the people sent by the Fenlong sect, it's definitely not enough, Qing Xian said with a strange smile. So we don't have a 100% chance of winning. Xiaolingyu frowned. What? Junior brother sect master, are you afraid? Qing Xian asked indifferently. I'm not afraid. I just don't want the sect to suffer too many unnecessary losses. Xiaolingyu said with sincerity. Junior brother sect master, don't worry too much. As long as you follow me, no immortal venerables will come to kill you. You won't have to worry about your life. Qing Xian said confidently. Xiaolingyu knew what Qing Xian meant. She was still trying to rope him in and remind him how to choose. After leaving the Castellan mansion, Xiaolingyu saw a large group of Nanhua immortal sect experts waiting outside the Castellan mansion. Most of them were immortal monarch disciples. There were more than 10 people standing at the front. They should be immortal emperors. Xiaolingyu couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Why did Nanhua immortal sect only send out 1/3 of their immortal emperors for such a bloody battle? Were the big shots of Nanhua immortal sect so confident? Or do they look down on Fenlong sect? Fenlong sect has agreed to fight at Jade Light Lake. They said they want to kill all the people of Nanhua immortal sect on the Divine Tomb continent. I don't think I need to say anything more. Just like the patriarch Nanhua immortal said, those who offend Nanhua immortal sect will be killed no matter how far they are or how strong they are. Qing Xian stood in front of everyone. Although she looked calm, her words were impassioned and inspiring. Kill. If a female cultivator could be so heroic, then the majority of the male cultivators present would naturally feel their blood boiling. The plan has been set. Everyone just needs to follow the plan. For the dignity of Nanhua immortal sect, I hope everyone can sacrifice themselves and fight the enemy to the last moment. Let's go. Qing Xian gave the order and flew up. She did not leave the city, but flew directly in the direction of the Jade Light Lake. The other cultivators of Nanhua immortal sect didn't hesitate either. They rushed into the sky in an orderly manner and disappeared into the clouds. Both the Divine Tomb City and the Castellan Mansion quieted down. After more than 10 days, the experts of Nanhua immortal sect who came to fight finally saw the Jade Light lake soaring into the sky from afar. It was nighttime, and the surroundings were dark. However, the jade light lake was very bright. Not only was there the jade light lake emitted green light, but there was also a colorful light that looked like a long dragon. The colorful light was right beside the jade light lake. From afar, they could feel the powerful waves of array energy surging toward them. It was obvious that the colorful light was formed by a large array, and the experts of Fenlong sect were waiting there. Nanhua Immortal Sect had expended quite a bit of energy on the journey, so they didn't rush over to fight the enemy directly. Instead, they rested on the spot under Qing Xian's order. Before they came, they were all excited. However, when they arrived at the edge of the battlefield and saw that the enemy had set up the array, they couldn't help but feel nervous at the thought that they might die in a battle of this scale and level. Immortals weren't as battle-crazed as demonic Dao cultivators. They had better plans for their cultivation and life, and almost none of them were fearless of death. After resting for 3 days, Qing Xian still didn't order them to attack, and the enemy didn't show any signs of attacking either. Shaoling Yu saw the heavy expressions of the Nanhua Immortal Sect's cultivators. With his rich battle experience, he couldn't help but say to Qing Xian, when 2 armies are fighting, they should finish it in one go. Otherwise, their morale will gradually decline, and so will their overall battle power. In this regard, I don't think immortals are much stronger than mortal soldiers. Qing Xian smiled at Shaoling Yu. Junior martial brother, you only see our morale declining, but have you ever thought that Fenlong sect is the same? This godly mausoleum continent is our territory after all, and they were the ones who suffered losses before. They've been holed up like turtles, so their morale is declining even more than ours. There's a third update for today. This plot has a lot of foreshadowing, but in fact, it's to make the following scenes more enjoyable. At the end of the month, if nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Fei will update 3 times a day to thank everyone for their support. Note, it's the end of the month. If you have a gold medal, don't hide it. It'll be invalid if it expires. Xiao Fei doesn't want too many gold medals. Everyone just needs to gather 400 gold medals and let Xiao Fei get the 1,000 gold medal reward. Now, there are 319 gold medals. Only 81 more. There's still a few days left. It shouldn't be difficult for the invincible masters who can kill countless ants with a single glance. We poor writers don't earn much money. I believe that the masters will support Xiao Fei. Let the website transfer the 1,000 gold medal to my account. I'll update next month. Chapter 387. What happened next was even weirder. The Nanhua Immortal Sect did not make any moves. At most, they would occasionally throw 2 immortal talismans at the array that was glowing with colorful lights, but they did not launch any real attacks. Fenlong Sect, who came to seek justice and wanted to take revenge on Nanhua Immortal Sect, didn't take the initiative to attack either. Both sides had assumed their stances. And yet, there was a very calm look on their faces. Many cultivators could not understand what was going on. Shaoling Yu was also confused. He asked Qing Xian once, but Qing Xian didn't give him any details. Many outsiders who cared about this battle were even more confused. Both sides didn't want to stop when there was a third party mediating. Why did they suddenly stop at this crucial moment? One side should take the initiative in order for the battle to truly begin. That was what everyone thought. So some people started to mock Fenlong Sect for being cowards. Nanhua Immortal Sect killed one of their immortal emperors, and they could only put up a formation to scare them. There were also people who mocked the Nanhua Immortal Sect. The Fenlong Sect had sent so many experts to their territory and even put on airs. Why didn't the Nanhua Immortal Sect chase them out of their territory? Was Nanhua Immortal Sect and Fenlong Sect sharing the Divine Tomb continent? Regardless of the public opinion, Nanhua Immortal Sect and Fenlong Sect seemed determined to fight it out. Neither side attacked first. Since they're stalling for time, why don't we gather more experts from the sect and kill them all in one fell swoop? Shaoling Yu suggested to Qing Xian. The sect won't send more experts. Didn't you see that Fonglong's sect didn't send anyone either? Qing Xian answered. Xiaoling Yu knew that he didn't understand a lot of things, and Qing Xian and Qing Pingzi weren't in a hurry, so he didn't have to worry about it. He was also happy to be free as long as there was no war. There were indeed a lot of things that Xiaoling Yu didn't know, and these things couldn't see the light of day. They were all done in private. For example, not long after he found Qing Xian left the gathering place of Nanhua immortal sex experts and went to a barren mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away from Jade Light Lake to meet an expert from Fonglong sect. For example, before Qing Xian met a powerhouse from the Fonglong sect, the black-cloaked cultivator who had been hiding in the city lord's mansion of the Divine Tomb City, whom Jingfu called Martial Uncle, had also met a powerhouse from the Fonglong sect. No one could imagine that the two factions of the Nanhua immortal sect, who were in favor of suppressing the Fonglong sect, would secretly communicate with the experts of the Fonglong sect when the two sects were about to go to war. No one knew that this was the reason why the war hadn't started yet. In a hidden cave not far from Jade Light Lake, Jing Fu and the black-cloaked cultivator sat together again. Martial Uncle Qing Xian seems to have met with people from Fonglong sect. Jing Fu said worriedly. Haha, don't worry. Qing Xian killed an immortal emperor from them, so they won't cooperate with Qing Xian. The person smiled. That's hard to say. They didn't agree to cooperate with us. Jing Fu continued. What if they know that we plotted to get them involved? The person didn't care. That person said nonchalantly. So what if they know? They don't have any evidence. Even if they guessed it, they wouldn't care too much. After all, they're already here. They definitely want some benefits, and the only one who can give them benefits is us. Other than working with us, they don't have a better choice. They haven't agreed to cooperate with us. Do they think our conditions aren't good enough? Jing Fu asked again. I don't know about that. Our conditions are actually very good. Under normal circumstances, they would have agreed to it long ago after being forced to this extent. I have a feeling that they are a little suspicious this time. Although Jing Fei suffered a great loss in my battle with him, they still sent people to the Divine Tomb continent. Moreover, one of them was killed so easily by Qing Xian. It is very puzzling. The person who came said with uncertainty. Martial Uncle, how long do you think Fonglong sect will drag this out with us? Jing Fu asked. That depends on Qing Xian. If they don't cooperate with Qing Xian will definitely make things difficult for them. I feel that if the Fonglong sect doesn't make the first move now, they won't do so in the future. What if the thriving prosperity sect really goes all out against our Nanhua immortal school? There's no what if. Before Jing Fu could finish, the person explained, Fonglong sect won't make the first move. If Qing Xian attacks them, they will definitely choose to cooperate with us and let us restrain Qing Xian. Otherwise, who among them could defeat Qing Xian? This stalemate lasted for almost a year. Finally, one day, Qing Xian seemed to have run out of patience. She led the cultivators of the Southern Flower Immortal School to launch the fiercest attack on the array that shone with colorful light. The array was miraculous. Even with an expert like Qing Xian attacking, it lasted for an entire day before showing signs of collapsing. Just as Xiaoling Yu was thinking about how to fight after breaking the array, Qing Xian suddenly ordered them to retreat. Everyone worked for nothing. Senior Martial Sister, why did you order us to retreat before breaking the array? Xiaoling Yu asked in confusion. The other disciples of Nanhua Immortal Sect also had the same question, but no one dared to ask Qing Xian. We've spent a lot of energy attacking the array for an entire day. Once we break the array, we'll be at a disadvantage in the fierce battle, Qing Xian explained. To be honest, Xiaoling Yu wasn't satisfied with this explanation, but he didn't ask further. He didn't have the right or interest to do so. Since they couldn't break the array today, the cultivators of Fonglong sect would naturally reinforce the array while the disciples of Nanhua Immortal Sect recovered. In the future, the cultivators of Nanhua Immortal Sect would have to bombard the array for another day. Therefore, Qing Xian's explanation didn't make sense. What was more strange was that after the cultivators of Nanhua Immortal Sect recovered to their peak condition, Qing Xian didn't order them to attack again. The two sides were in a stalemate again. In a hidden cave, the cloaked cultivator let out a long sigh and said to Jing Fu, "Just as I expected, once Qing Xian starts attacking, they won't be able to hold on." "Didn't they agree to work with us now?" Jing Fu asked curiously. "Since they agreed to work with us, I'm sure Marshal Aunt Qing Xian will attack even more fiercely." "Why did she stop?" That person smiled. "Although Qing Xian is powerful, she's not experienced enough to command two armies. Most of the immortal emperors from the sect are from her faction. She won't sacrifice too much of her people." In fact, Qing Xian didn't attack because the experts of Fenlong's sect also agreed to work with her. This time, Qing Wei plotted against Fenlong's sect on the Godly Tomb continent and forced Fenlong's sect to fight with Nanhua Immortal Sect. They wanted to force and tempt Fenlong's sect to work with them, but they didn't expect that Qing Xian would come personally with many Emperor Realm experts from Qing Xian's faction to mess up the situation. Qing Xian and Qing Wei thought Fenlong's sect was working with them, but they didn't expect that Fenlong's sect was just patronizing them. Less than a month after Qing Xian's first fierce attack, on a tense and quiet night, a colorful light suddenly shot up into the sky from the center of Jade Light Lake. It was like a sharp sword that could split the sky, piercing the nine heavens. At the same time, an extremely powerful shock wave swept out in all directions. The earth trembled violently, as if there was an earthquake. The space around Jade Light Lake also fluctuated violently. "What's going on?" At this moment, Qing Xian was flying high up in the air. Looking at the rainbow light that soared into the sky, she was extremely surprised. There seems to be a very pure and overbearing divine power in it. Xiaoling Yu said with narrowed eyes. "It seems that Qing Wei and I were deceived by Fenlong's sect. They came here on their own initiative, not because we were forced to. It seems that we tricked them, but in fact, they were also tricking us," Qing Xian said with a cold smile. On the other hand, Jing Fu and the cloaked cultivator who were originally hiding in the concealed cave were startled as well, and their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. No wonder the Fenlong sect was so cooperative. First, they let Jing Fei come over. Then, after Jing Fei was injured, they sent more people over. They didn't even hesitate to let an immortal emperor expert die here. It turns out that they had a bigger plan. Moreover, they deceived everyone and made their plan come to this step. That person said angrily. "A bigger plan? What is it?" Jing Fu asked in confusion. "If Fenlong's sect is willing to sacrifice an immortal emperor, what else could they be after? Of course, it's the legendary Tomb of the Gods." The man said with hatred. The Fenlong sect was indeed after the Tomb of the God of Sin, and they had already confirmed that the Tomb of the God of Sin was in the Jade Light Lake. However, after confirming it, they did not dare to send their experts over in a big way. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. The Nanhua Immortal Sect's Qing Wei faction had schemed against them, which gave them an excellent opportunity. By now, the cultivators of Nanhua Immortal Sect had naturally thought of this, and Xiaoling Yu was no exception. They must have come prepared. Now that there has been such a big commotion, I guess all the treasures in the Tomb of the Gods have fallen into their hands, Xiaoling Yu said with a look of pity. The Tomb of the Gods is the tomb of the immortal. Even if Fenlong's sect sent many experts, they might not be able to get what they want. We might have a chance if we go now. Qing Xian shook his head at Xiaoling Yu and shouted to the cultivators of Nanhua Immortal Sect, "Follow me and kill. We'll take all the treasures in the Tomb of the Gods." Just as Qing Xian led the cultivators of Nanhua Immortal Sect to Jade Light Lake, the colorful defensive formation in front of Jade Light Lake moved back at an extremely fast speed. It did not take long for it to reach the center of Jade Light Lake and cover the small area there. At this time, the divine light had disappeared, and the cultivators of Nanhua Immortal Sect had to break the formation first. Chapter 388. The experts of Nanhua Immortal Sect had already attacked this defensive array once, and it took them a whole day to make it show signs of collapsing. However, Qing Xian couldn't wait a whole day because he wasn't sure what was going on inside. Junior brother Xiao, your godly fire is very powerful. It should be able to speed up our breaking of the array, Qing Xian said to Xiaoling Yu. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll do my best, Xiaoling Yu said calmly. Okay. Qing Xian responded to Xiaoling Yu, then shouted to the experts of his sect, don't hold back. Throw all your immortal talismans at it. Immediately, the sky, full of flowing light, like a wide Milky Way, collided with the colorful array in an instant. Rumbling sounds of explosions came from the front, but the array was still very stable after the first round of attacks. Only a godly array could withstand such a bombardment. An ordinary supreme-grade immortal array would have collapsed after one round of attacks. Xiaoling Yu didn't hesitate. He flew to the side of the godly array. In primal chaos, true fire gushed out of his palm. At the place where the primal chaos, true fire touched the colorful godly array was vibrating violently together with the space it was in. Qing Xian took out a slender longsword and slashed at the place where the primal chaos true fire was burning. As he waved the long sword, colorful light flowed, and the momentum was vast. The sword intent was sharp, and it was obviously a godly artifact-grade Dharma treasure. Blast this place with everything you have. Under Qing Xian's divine sword, the place where the godly array and primal chaos true fire touched shook even more violently. If it weren't for the protection of the godly array, the space would have been shattered long ago. After receiving the order, the experts of Nanhua Immortal Sect acted in unison. In the next moment, they threw countless Dharma treasures and supreme-grade immortal talismans at the array. Even though the godly array's defense was strong, it couldn't withstand such a bombardment. It should have taken a whole day to blast it open, but after Xiaoling Yu and Qing Xian attacked with all their might, it only lasted for less than 2 hours before it cracked open. Suddenly, the colorful light spread out in the center of the Jade Light Lake. After the divine formation collapsed, the experts of the Nanhua Immortal Sect did not see any experts from the Fenglong Sect. They only saw a bottomless whirlpool. Within the vortex, there were faint rainbow-colored lights overflowing. Xiaoling Yu could clearly feel waves of pure and powerful divine power continuously gushing out from within. Thanks to the concealment of the divine power, Xiaoling Yu, Qing Xian, and the other experts of the Nanhua Immortal Sect couldn't penetrate the vortex and didn't know what was going on down there. However, it was clear that the experts of the Fenglong Sect had already fallen. Even Qing Xian did not dare to go down carelessly. If all the experts of the Fenglong Sect were waiting for him below, Qing Xian would be besieged by nearly 20 immortal emperors. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Since Qing Xian did not dare to go down, the other cultivators of the Nanhua Immortal Sect naturally did not dare to force their way in. This should be the exit. If we keep sealing this place, they won't dare to come out either. Moreover, they will only die if they come out, Xiaoling Yu suggested to Qing Xian. Under such circumstances, even Xiaoling Yu, who often ventured into dangerous places, felt that it was not a good idea to take the risk. If we don't go down, they will reap all the benefits. If they refine some special and powerful divine artifact, they might not be in danger even if they force their way out. Qing Xian frowned and shook her head. But if we go down like this, it's too dangerous. Even if senior sister can withstand it, those of us who go down later will suffer heavy casualties, Xiaoling Yu said worriedly. Since it's a battle between two sects for divine treasures, how can there be no casualties? Qing Xian squinted her almond-shaped eyes and said to the others, I'll go down first. After 10 breaths, you all follow me. Qing Xian took a deep breath and moved her body. Then, she suddenly stopped and turned to Xiaoling Yu, asking, Junior brother, do you dare go down with me? Xiaoling Yu felt a headache coming on. Why was Qing Xian always looking at him? If you go down to your death, why drag me down with you? I don't dare, Xiaoling said straightforwardly. It was not that he was timid, but Xiaoling felt that it was not worth it to take the risk under such uncertain circumstances. What if this is not a request, but an order? Qing Xian asked again. Before Qing Xian's arrival, the Nanhua immortal sect had given clear instructions that Qing Xian was fully in charge of all matters related to the Fenglong sect on the Godly Tomb continent. In other words, all the disciples of the Nanhua immortal sect on the Godly Tomb continent had to listen to Qing Xian's orders. If they disobeyed, they would be regarded as traitors. To ensure that he could control the disciples of the Nanhua immortal sect on the Godly Tomb continent, Qing Xian brought many immortal emperors from his sect. It was also because the other immortal emperors were Qing Xian's people that Qing Xian dragged the only immortal emperor who was not from his sect down with him. At this moment, after Qing Xian's words, all the immortal emperors of the Nanhua immortal sect narrowed their eyes and stared at Xiaoling Yu. They could imagine that if Xiaoling Yu did not agree, all the immortal emperors would join forces with Qing Xian to kill him first. Senior sister, you said that as long as I follow you, I will be absolutely safe as long as no immortal venerables are involved. In that case, why don't I fight alongside you? Xiaoling Yu said helplessly after a wry smile. Perhaps I still need you to save my life. Having said that, Qing Xian grabbed one of Xiaoling Yu's arms, and the two of them fell into the whirlpool together. The whirlpool was very deep. Inside it, one's consciousness was completely suppressed. Apart from the occasional colorful light, it was almost pitch black. Moreover, the waves of divine force gave one a strong sense of oppression. However, Xiaoling Yu's chaotic demonic energy was not inferior to ordinary divine force, so he could ignore the oppression brought by the waves of divine force. The two of them fell extremely fast and reached the bottom of the whirlpool in just 5 breaths. As Xiaoling Yu expected, as soon as the two of them landed, dozens of streams of light shot toward them. Xiaoling Yu did not expect Qing Xian to try his best to protect him. The chaotic primordial fire that he had prepared surged out of his body and formed a fire shield. At the same time, he turned his arms into dragon claws and swept them around. Qing Xian was very simple. First, he released a powerful aura and then brandished the divine sword in his hand to form a circle of sword energy around him. Although the opponent's attacks seemed fierce, only a few of them penetrated their defenses and did not cause any harm to them. Before the opponent could attack again, countless sharp sword rays shot out from Qing Xian's body. In fact, Xiaoling Yu could also use the chaotic demonic seal or other spells to attack. However, his long-range attacks carried obvious demonic energy fluctuations. Once he used them, he would expose the fact that he cultivated demonic techniques. Therefore, he would not use them easily. Qing Xian's countless sword rays were powerful and carried a chill that penetrated one's bones. In just an instant, there were screams in front of them. Qing Xian did not stop. The divine sword in his hand slashed out again, and a bright white sword ray pierced straight ahead like a waterfall. Following the sword ray, Xiaoling Yu saw the enemy clearly. There were many people on the other side, but most of them had a look of fear on their faces. Only a few of them were calm and used a few high-quality magic treasures to block the attack. After 2 of the high-quality magic treasures exploded, they blocked Qing Xian's sword ray attack. However, Qing Xian sneered and said, "If you don't want to die, scram." Xiaoling Yu expected that there would be experts from the Fenglong sect below, but he did not expect that only a small portion of them had stayed behind. Not all of them were waiting for the disciples of the Nanhua immortal sect to come down. Xiaoling Yu secretly rejoiced. At the same time, he felt that the people in charge of the Fenglong sect were unwise. If they did not consider anything else and just stayed here, how could he and Qing Xian come down unscathed? Qing Xian took 2 more steps forward. The experts of the Nanhua immortal sect followed Qing Xian's orders and landed one after another. The cultivators of the Fenglong sect no longer had the courage to resist and turned to flee. Qing Xian only came down to break through the enemy's formation, not to kill, so he did not chase after them. Instead, he stayed here and waited for the Nanhua immortal sex cultivators to stabilize their formation. Xiaoling Yu finally had the time to observe his surroundings. This place should be the depths of the Jade Light Lake. It was the environment of an underground tunnel, but there was a surge of divine power coming from the front. The divine power rushed here, circled in place, and then rushed to the surface of the Jade Light Lake, forming the huge vortex in the center of the Jade Light Lake. After all the cultivators of the Nanhua immortal sect landed, Qing Xian took the lead and led the way with a solemn expression. The other cultivators behind Qing Xian, including Xiaoling Yu, all looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group arrived at a rather large cave. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the cave, but there were a dozen or so pitch-black cave entrances. The entrances to these caves all looked the same. Which one should they enter, or which one should they split up? This made Qing Xian a little embarrassed. It was obvious that the experts from the Fenlong sect had already entered the caves. The cultivators from the Nanhua immortal sect naturally didn't know if they split up or just entered one cave. This was what troubled Qing Xian. If there were no cultivators of the Fenlong sect here, Qing Xian would not have to think about it and would just split up. How about this? We'll split into 5 groups, each led by 3 immortal emperors. If there's any danger, retreat immediately. Qing Xian instructed and then said to Xiaoling Yu, "Junior brother Xiao, follow me." Xiaoling Yu seemed to have expected that Qing Xian would make such an arrangement. He was not surprised or displeased at all, and his expression was still calm. Chapter 389. With so many forked tunnels, Qing Xian was more or less relieved. If the tomb of the primordial god was really hidden here, and it didn't seem like it was open to anyone, the treasures in the tomb of the primordial god were not completely defenseless. In that case, the Fenlong sect cultivators who entered first might not be able to get the treasures first. Fortunately, the Fenlong sect and the Nanhua immortal sect had worked together to scare the experts of the other sects out of the tomb of the primordial god. Now, only the experts of the 2 sects were here to search for treasures. Otherwise, once the news of the tomb of the primordial god spread, it would attract a large number of experts from all over the immortal world, and the situation would become even more complicated. After about an hour of walking along this path, Qing Xian, Xiaoling Yu, and the other Nanhua immortal sect cultivators came across another cave with more than 10 entrances. Should they continue to split up or stay together and choose a random cave? Qing Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Let's not split up. Since it's like this, let's bet on our luck. If we make the wrong choice, we could just go back and choose again." They chose a random cave, entered it, and continued to move forward slowly with high vigilance. Every cave had strong divine power fluctuations, and it was impossible to tell which one was the right one. Xiaoling Yu felt that Qing Xian's suggestion was correct. According to the situation here, if they continued to split up, they would have to split up in the end. After splitting up, their ability to resist danger would be reduced by a lot. Just like that, every hour they would come across a cave. There were bound to be many cave entrances in the cave. Qing Xian insisted that everyone stay together. However, Qing Xian was a little worried. If his team could stay together, he didn't know what the other 4 teams would choose. After repeating this process for dozens of times, a full day had passed. Not only had they not encountered any Fenlong sect cultivators, but they had also returned to the first cave they had encountered, which was even more depressing. It was obvious that this was a maze, and it was very advanced. Even though Qing Xian had purposely left a mark every time they entered a cave, it was inevitable that they would come back again. Qing Xian didn't hesitate for long before he chose another cave to enter. As a result, after a day, everyone returned to their original positions. If we continue to delay like this, more and more experts from the immortal world will arrive, Xiaoling Yu said worriedly. Don't worry, even if there are other experts, it's only 1 or 2 of them. If they gather their forces, who knows how long it'll take. Right now, both Fenlong sect and us have the absolute advantage. Qing Xian was not worried about what Xiaoling Yu said. She just felt that it was not a good idea to go on like this, but there was no better way. If they wanted to quickly determine which cave was the right choice, they would have to split up. Qing Xian was a stubborn person. She insisted that they shouldn't split up, so she continued to lead everyone down the cave. The Nanhua Immortal School cultivators were trapped in this maze, and so were the Fenglong sect cultivators. Although the cultivators of the Fenglong sect had accidentally received news of the divine tomb hidden here, they had only accurately found the entrance and opened it. They didn't know what lay beyond the entrance. Facing this maze, they were both anxious and at a loss. Both sects had entered this place in large numbers, but they were also like headless flies. Naturally, they would run into each other. In the beginning, when they met, they would fight to the death. But later, they realized that the conflict between the two sects was not the main point. The main point was to pass through this maze and reach the true location of the divine tomb. Therefore, when they met again, they would symbolically exchange a few blows and then retreat. Qing Xian was not like this. If the Fenglong sect cultivators were unlucky enough to run into her, they might lose their lives if they retreated a little slower. Gradually, Xiaoling Yu also witnessed Qing Xian's power. He estimated that if he fought with Qing Xian, unless he immediately hid in his divine manner, he would be pierced by the divine sword. Qing Xian didn't hate the Fenglong sect cultivators that much. It was just that being trapped here made her very impatient and temperamental. Naturally, the Fenglong sect cultivators became her only choice to vent her anger. In fact, many of the Fenglong sect's true experts would show no mercy if they encountered the Nanhua Immortal School cultivators. The walls of these caves were very hard. Even with Qing Xian's divine sword, she could only cut off a few small rocks each time. It wasn't a good choice to use them to pave the way. The cultivators from our two sects have spent so much time searching through almost all of the caves. However, we failed to find anything. I suspect that none of the caves lead to our destination, Qing Xian said angrily. That's right. I have the same feeling. And I think we should go back and take a look, Xiaoling Yu said, pointing in the direction they came from. Although I think your suggestion is probably useless, there's no harm in going back and taking a look. Qing Xian then followed Xiaoling Yu's suggestion and led the Nanhua Immortal School cultivators back. Soon, the group of Nanhua Immortal School cultivators reached the bottom of the whirlpool at the center of Jade Light Lake, where they first landed. What everyone did not expect was that, just as Xiaoling Yu had expected, there was indeed a problem here. Originally, there was a blocked mountain rock facing the maze, but now, there was a deep and dark passage. Oh no, the Fenglong sect is one step ahead of us again. After Qing Xian spoke, she directly rushed into the passageway, and the people behind her followed one after another. When they first landed, they didn't think there would be anything behind them. They all focused on the front and plunged into the maze. The cultivator who designed this place was very good at manipulating everyone's thoughts, so he placed the real entrance in a place where no one would notice. When Xiaoling Yu thought of this, the cultivators of Fenglong sect were also smart. They also thought of this and reacted faster than the cultivators of Nanhua Immortal sect. If you had such a guess, why didn't you say it earlier? Qing Xian said impatiently as she led the group. Xiaoling Yu could only smile bitterly at this. He secretly cursed Qing Xian for being too unreasonable. She actually forgot that when he suggested it earlier, she said it was most likely useless. There was no maze in this passageway. Although it was also winding, it only took them an hour to reach the end of the passageway. The passage was very dark, but the end was very bright and spacious. Standing at the end of the passageway and looking up, there was a scene of paradise in front of him. In the distance, there were flowers and grass, and there was also a gurgling stream. However, in the center of this world, there was a towering mountain that looked like a sharp cone. When Qing Xian flew into this world, she could clearly feel that her body had passed through a layer of invisible restriction. Thus, after Qing Xian flew in, she turned around and walked a few steps. When she discovered that the layer of restriction didn't prevent her from returning, her heart relaxed slightly. She then called for everyone to enter. Then, everyone flew toward the mountain under Qing Xian's lead. At the mountainside, everyone could clearly see the entrance to a cave. They could also see that there were two cultivators guarding it. The two cultivators were probably left outside by the Feng Long sect experts. When they saw a large group of Nanhua Immortal School experts coming, they immediately entered the cave. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone tablet that was thousands of feet tall. There were many small words on the tablet. Xiaoling Yu and the others carefully looked at the small words on the tablet and found that there were names written on it. It was like the martyrs' monuments on Earth, recording the names of countless heroes and martyrs. It seems that this is indeed the location of the Tomb of the Gods. However, the Tomb of the Gods doesn't only have one ancient deity, like in the legends. There are many of them, Qing Xian said with narrowed eyes. They weren't in a hurry to enter the cave. Instead, they turned to the back of the tablet and saw 4 large words, "Death to all trespassers." These 4 words were written with bold and forceful strokes. Xiaoling Yu, Qing Xian, and the other Nanhua Immortal School cultivators took a second look. However, after a moment, they felt as if countless sharp swords were slashing toward them with unstoppable momentum. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. They originally thought that this was a trap left behind by the ancient experts to scare them. However, after taking half a step back, they felt their sea of consciousness churning as if countless sharp swords were slashing deep into their heads. Their blood surged, and they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even Xiaoling Yu, who hid her soul in the chaos demonic nascent soul, was no exception. Everyone then flew far away, with fear lingering in their hearts, not daring to look at those words again. "Senior sister, should we hurry in?" Feng Long sect's people have been in there for a long time, an immortal emperor suggested. "Don't be too hasty. The 4 words on the tablet are enough to hurt our minds. The godly tomb must be even more dangerous. It might not be a good idea to go in first." Despite saying so, Qing Xian still flew toward the entrance of the cave halfway up the mountain. This mountain looked like a mountain, but in fact, it was a tomb where countless ancient gods were buried. It was just that it was a bit bigger. The cave in the belly of the mountain seemed to be the real entrance to the godly tomb, but it was so obvious that no one would think that it was a safe passage. "You guys stay here first. I'll take a look around." After Qing Xian said this, she flew away from the entrance of the cave and circled around the huge tomb to check it out. About 10 minutes later, Qing Xian flew back and said, "There's nothing out of the ordinary." After thinking for a while, Qing Xian said to Xiaoling Yu, "This time, I'll have a troubled junior brother Xiao to lead the way with me." Chapter 390. This time, the Feng Long sect's cultivators didn't take any defensive positions to attack them head-on. Xiaoling Yu and Qing Xian prepared their defenses and rushed in, but they didn't even see a shadow. Qing Xian then waved for the others to come in. The entrance wasn't very long, and there weren't any obstacles. Or rather, the Feng Long sect's cultivators had already broken through the obstacles. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, everyone reached the end of the entrance and saw a spacious, empty mountain belly. There were small holes in the rocky walls of the cavern, and everyone could clearly see that there was a stone coffin in each hole. Obviously, this was the core of the divine tomb, and the corpses of the ancient deities were resting in the stone coffins. In addition to the stone coffins, there were circles of mysterious runes on the walls, which were slowly flowing. However, Qing Xian and the others found it strange that the Feng Long sect's cultivators had arrived here first, but they couldn't see a single one of them. Whether it was the stone coffins, the runes, or the mysterious disappearance of the Feng Long sect's cultivators, they all made this place feel strange. Qing Xian only dared to stand in the passage and didn't dare to enter the cavern. Looking up, the top of the cavern was made of stone, but there was a hexagonal star formation carved on it. Looking down, the bottom of the cavern looked like a pile of chaos. There was nothing special about it. Since they had already arrived at a treasure mountain, they naturally couldn't return empty-handed. After hesitating for a while, Qing Xian looked at Xiaoling Yu. This time, Xiaoling Yu was more self-aware. Without waiting for Qin Xian to speak, he said, "It's my honor to be able to face danger together with senior martial sister." Qin Xian smiled in satisfaction at Xiao Lingyu's tactfulness. Then she said, "Let's go in together." At that moment, Xiao Lingyu and Qin Xian took a few steps forward. However, as soon as they entered the space in the belly of the mountain, the countless stone coffins flew out of the small caves as if they had come alive and smashed toward them. At this moment, the space in the belly of the mountain suddenly expanded, causing the other Nanhua immortal sect cultivators who were standing in the tunnel to enter the space in the belly of the mountain. Countless stone coffins came crashing down. Xiao Lingyu and Qin Xian instinctively wanted to retreat and defend themselves at the same time. However, before they could retreat into the passageway, the stone coffins had already crashed into them. Bang bang! The sarcophagus swiftly broke through Xiao Lingyu and Xiao Lingyu's aura and crashed into their defensive barrier. In the blink of an eye, their defenses, which even a quasi-divine artifact could not break, were smashed to smithereens by the sarcophagus. A huge force suddenly surged, and the two of them were unable to resist it. They could only involuntarily fly out. However, the sarcophagus did not come crashing down in only one direction. Some came from behind, and they were equally unstoppable. In just 2 breaths, almost all the Nanhua immortal sect cultivators who had not reached the immortal emperor realm were smashed to death by the sarcophagus. Strangely, after they died, their bodies disappeared into thin air. They did not fall down or turn into ashes. There were at least thousands of sarcophagus here, and each of them was extremely powerful. Xiao Lingyu and Qin Xian could not resist at all. Xiao Lingyu, on the other hand, could rely on the quality of his body to barely hold on for a period of time. However, even though Qin Xian was stronger, her body's defensive power was much weaker than Xiao Lingyu's. Cultivation power, aura, and even the defense of Dharma treasures were almost useless against the sarcophagus. They could only rely on their physical bodies to withstand it. At this moment, Xiao Lingyu and Qin Xian finally realized why the Feng Long sect cultivators who had arrived here earlier had disappeared. How could ordinary cultivators pry into the resting place of the ancient immortal realm experts? The tombstone standing in front of the tomb of the god of sin clearly told everyone that trespassers would die. The words on the tombstone were not boasting by the ancient immortal realm experts. Although Xiao Lingyu was still holding on, sharp pain came from all over his body, and his qi and blood were gradually disrupted. Qin Xian was even worse. Every time he was hit by a sarcophagus, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Even an expert like Qin Xian could not withstand it. Needless to say, the group of Feng Long sect cultivators who came in had all died long ago. In less than 100 breaths, only Xiao Lingyu and Qin Xian were left in the group of Nanhua immortal sect cultivators. However, even Qin Xian was severely injured and would not be able to hold on for much longer. Although Qin Xian was strong, he was still a member of Nanhua immortal sect and didn't do anything excessive to Xiao Lingyu. Naturally, Xiao Lingyu couldn't just watch him die. He pulled him to his side and hugged him tightly. In this way, Qin Xian could avoid being hit by the sarcophagi, and Xiao Lingyu didn't feel much pressure. It was the first time that Qin Xian had been hugged so tightly by a man. She struggled reflexively, but then she understood Xiao Lingyu's intention and stopped moving. She felt a little grateful in her heart. Xiao Lingyu didn't have time to look at Qin Xian's expression or guess Qin Xian's thoughts. He could only let his body sink a little after being hit. This was because he found that the lower he went, the fewer sarcophagi there were. There were almost no sarcophagi flying in the space near the bottom of the mountain. These sarcophagi came from all directions. It was impossible for Xiao Lingyu to move parallel to them, let alone return to the passageway he came from. Moreover, as the sarcophagi flew in the air, the runes on the walls and the hexagonal star pattern at the top of the mountain released waves of powerful and evil energy. They suppressed Xiao Lingyu's will. Xiao Lingyu couldn't even control his spiritual abode to leave his body. Xiao Yu estimated that even if he let his spiritual abode leave his body, the connection between his mind and his spiritual abode would be cut off instantly. Therefore, even though it was so dangerous, he didn't release his spiritual abode. Fortunately, after countless transformations, Xiao Yu's body was abnormally strong. Although he was dizzy from the impact, his whole body was in pain, and almost all his bones were broken, he still landed at the bottom of the mountain with Qing Xian in his arms. The sarcophagi didn't chase after them, and the gravel below wasn't dangerous at all. Xiao Yu and Qing Xian, who were seriously injured, were temporarily out of danger. Xiao Yu first stared vigilantly at the sarcophagi above him. After 100 breaths, he was sure that the sarcophagi wouldn't come after them again. Only then did he let go of Qing Xian. Just now, thank you. Before Qing Xian could finish speaking, Xiao Yu had already taken out a bathtub and poured some prepared medicinal soup into it. What are you doing? Qing Xian was very surprised. Xiao Yu didn't have time to answer Qing Xian. His injuries were extremely serious, and his body was on the verge of collapse. There was no time to waste. After filling the bathtub with medicinal soup, he took off all his clothes. Qing Xian didn't expect Xiao Yu to do this. She was surprised at first, then turned her head away with a red face and cursed in her heart. Although they weren't really out of danger yet, Xiao Yu didn't have any other choice. With his current injuries, if there was still danger here, he wouldn't be able to resist it even if he didn't use the transformations technique to recover. Although there didn't seem to be any danger at the bottom of the mountain, Xiao Yu still didn't dare to release his spiritual abode. This was because his consciousness was also firmly suppressed here. Qing Xian's injuries weren't any worse than Xiao Yu's. However, her physical body wasn't as strong as Xiao Yu's, so it was easier for her to recover. She sat cross-legged beside the bathtub and fed herself a few high-quality medicinal pills. If they could really survive this time, Qing Xian knew that she should thank Xiao Yu the most. Naturally, she had a better impression of Xiao Yu. Moreover, Xiao Yu had boldly and domineeringly pulled her into his arms just now. This had more or less touched the feelings of a young girl that she had hidden for many years. What made Qing Xian feel slightly relieved was that not long after the two of them landed at the bottom of the mountain, the sarcophagi, flying above their heads, returned to the small caves. The entire space inside the mountain fell into silence once again. Qing Xian felt that her injuries were getting better with the help of the medicinal pills. Seeing that the sarcophagi had returned to their original positions, she tried to fly up for a while. However, as soon as she flew up, the sarcophagi whizzed out again. Fortunately, she had been vigilant and hadn't been hit by the sarcophagi. Otherwise, given her current condition, she would have died on the spot if she had been hit once. After this lesson, Qing Xian didn't dare to go up again. She could only obediently stay at the bottom. She also didn't dare to directly enter a state of cultivation like Xiao Yu, although she recovered much faster in that state. If she didn't enter a deep state of cultivation, it would be difficult for her state of mind to calm down. Qing Xian was also a little curious about Xiao Yu's current condition. Naturally, intentionally or otherwise, she would glance at the bathtub. At first, the medicinal soup was dark, and Qing Xian couldn't see Xiao Yu's entire body hidden in it. However, as Xiao Yu's body absorbed the energy in the medicinal soup, the soup gradually became clear. Qing Xian could faintly see Xiao Yu's naked body lying in the bathtub. Her face, which had just recovered not long ago, flushed red again. This transformation of her body took more than 10 days to complete. Although Xiao Yu hadn't completely recovered and her injuries were still not optimistic, fortunately, her body didn't show any signs of collapse. Moreover, the space inside the mountain was still very quiet. When a medicinal soup turned into clear water, Xiao Yu slowly stood up from the bathtub. She didn't put on any clothes and stretch her waist as if no one was around. "Have you recovered?" Qing Xian asked with concern, with her back facing Xiao Yu. "Senior sister, you're the #1 expert of the Nanhua immortal sect and the leader of a faction. Do you still have those worldly desires? Don't you dare to take a look at my body? Shaoling Yu asked with a smile. Oomph. Junior brother, do you still have a mood to joke at a time like this? Qing Xian snorted coldly. Chapter 391. Junior brother, could it be that you want me to praise you or shed tears of gratitude before you feel better? Qing Xian asked with a strange smile, his back still facing Shaoling Yu. That's not it. I'm not the kind of person who likes to take credit and ask for rewards. I'm very honest and don't like to cause trouble. However, senior sister, you really shouldn't have dragged me into the fire pit, Shaoling Yu said pointedly. Your attitude has always been unclear. You're not a member of my faction, so I naturally had to keep dragging you along. Qing Xian said matter-of-factly. Facts have proven that my choice was correct. If I didn't drag you along, I'm afraid I would have died by now. Shaoling Yu said resentfully. I'm still alive now, but we're trapped in this place. God knows when we'll die together. Qing Xian didn't reply, but Shaoling Yu continued. However, to be able to die together with a beauty like senior sister and be buried in this place where the gods are buried, the heavens have treated me well. I know you're afraid of death. Everyone is afraid of death. Shaoling Yu didn't wait for Qing Xian to finish speaking before continuing. Although it was rude, he didn't need to be too polite to Qing Xian in this situation. In Shaoling Yu's opinion, if Qing Xian hadn't been so impatient and eager to obtain the treasure, the two of them wouldn't have been trapped in this situation. Shaoling Yu viewed this place as a hopeless situation. It would be harder for the two of them to escape than to climb to the heavens. Junior brother, you'd better think of a way to escape from this place. Qing Xian turned around and saw that Shaoling Yu was already dressed properly. His expression returned to normal, and it was only then that he began to look around carefully. Senior sister, think carefully. I'll continue to recuperate, Shaoling Yu said with a shrug. This might be useful to you, Qing Xian said as he tossed a jade bottle containing 2 pills to Shaoling Yu. Shaoling Yu threw it back and said, It's useless. Qing Xian frowned and gritted her teeth with a hateful look. After letting out a cold snort, she put away the jade bottle. What Qing Xian didn't know was that her elixirs were indeed useless for Shaoling Yu, because they were immortal elixirs, and Shaoling Yu was a devil cultivator. After a few more days, the stone coffins above their heads once again flew out of the small cave and fluttered about the space in the belly of the mountain. From below, the two of them could hear the miserable screams of the cultivators after they were hit. It was obvious that someone else had found this place. Not long after, the stone coffins flew back, and all the cultivators who entered this time naturally lost their lives. Shaoling Yu stroked his chin and said, If this goes on, all the cultivators from Nanhua Immortal School and Feng Long Sect will die here, except for the two of us. I didn't expect that I would personally lead most of the experts from my own sect to a dead end. Qing Xian smiled bitterly and said, This is good too. I don't have to think about the fight between the sects anymore. What's the use of fighting for those things? As long as you cultivate and work hard to pass the tribulation to become a god, everything else is fleeting. Shaoling Yu looked very disdainful. Qing Xian shook her head and said, There are some things that you don't know. If you knew, you would probably fight for them too and be more enthusiastic than anyone else. Can you tell me in detail? Shaoling Yu seemed to be curious. Qing Xian pondered for a moment and seemed to be hesitant. After a while, she sighed and said, Since I don't want to do it anymore, there's no harm in telling you. After all, we might not be able to get out. The reason why we are fighting is not for the position of sect master, nor is it to become famous. It's just that once we become sect master, we can obtain the ancient divine artifact, Nanhua Bowl. If we can refine the Nanhua Bowl, our chances of passing the tribulation will increase by 30%. Shaoling Yu could imagine that only the sect master was qualified to possess the Nanhua Bowl. That was why the Nanhua Immortal School had a tradition of fighting for the position of sect master. Right now, the Nanhua Bowl should be with sect master senior brother Qing Pingzi, right? Shaoling Yu asked. Haha, of course. However, only when you reach the immortal venerable realm and possess divine power can you completely refine the Nanhua Bowl and use part of its power. Now, the Nanhua Bowl is almost useless in the hands of that old fox, Qing Pingzi, Qing Xian said with a smile. If Qing Pingzi reaches the immortal venerable realm, you guys won't have a chance. No wonder you guys are in a hurry to cause trouble. Shaoling Yu nodded. Yes, only when the sect masters reach the immortal venerable realm can they be considered as the sect master. The strength of an immortal venerable who possesses the Nanhua Bowl should be extremely terrifying. In the history of our Nanhua immortal sect, no sect master who has reached the immortal venerable realm has ever lost the position of sect master or the Nanhua Bowl. They will only pass the Nanhua Bowl to their descendants after passing the tribulation, Qing Xian replied. Senior sister, don't be too depressed. There are many ways to pass the tribulation. You don't have to rely on the Nanhua Bowl. Shaoling Yu comforted. Junior brother, you ascended from the cultivation world, right? Qing Xian suddenly asked. Yes, Shaoling Yu answered honestly. Junior brother must know how powerful the immortal tribulation is. But no matter how powerful the immortal tribulation is, there are only 10 to 20% of the cultivators who can successfully transcend it. Most of the late immortal venerables who possess divine weapons wouldn't dare to face it. Many late immortal venerables are suppressing their cultivation progress so that they can face the God tribulation later. Qing Xian said bitterly. Shaoling Yu had just ascended not long ago, so he had never thought about the God tribulation. Hearing Qing Xian's words, he was more or less worried about himself. The tribulation he was about to face was the chaotic divine tribulation, which was 3 times more powerful than the God tribulation. If the late immortal venerables who possess divine weapons were afraid of the God tribulation, then the chaotic divine tribulation must be even more terrifying. It was true that Shaoling Yu possessed a divine weapon, but after meeting many experts in the immortal and devil worlds, he realized that divine weapons weren't rare treasures in the immortal and devil worlds. Many Emperor Realm cultivators had them. His magical treasures and equipment were superior to those below the Emperor Realm, but they wouldn't be superior to those at the Emperor Realm or Venerable Realm. After all, the worlds used to be together in the ancient times. Although the worlds were separated, it was impossible for the ancient experts to bring all their divine weapons to the divine world. Unless one possesses a supreme divine weapon or a high divine weapon of high quality, no late immortal venerable can guarantee that they can pass the God tribulation successfully. Even in ancient times, supreme-grade divine weapons were considered high-end magic treasures. Even if there were supreme-grade divine weapons left behind by ancient experts, many cultivators who had survived the divine tribulation had brought them to the God realm over the years. Today, except for some treasures that must be passed down, there are almost no supreme divine weapons left in the divine world. The Nanhua Bowl of our Nanhua immortal sect is a high divine weapon of high quality. Cultivators like us who have reached the late immortal venerable realm have less than 10% chance of passing the God tribulation, but the Nanhua Bowl can increase our chances of passing the God tribulation by 30%. It's easy to imagine why everyone covets it so much. Qing Xian explained in detail, since she had nothing else to do. Shaoling Yu's heart sank. He thought to himself, it seems that I have to make more preparations before facing the chaotic divine tribulation. While the two were talking, the sarcophagi above moved again and screams were heard again. Shaoling Yu smiled bitterly at the sight of the dancing sarcophagi. I don't even know if I can leave this place alive. Why should I think about the distant, chaotic, divine tribulation? In the following days, Shaoling Yu and Qing Xian didn't talk much. Occasionally, the cultivators who came in from the outside would trigger the sarcophagi, making them feel more and more helpless and hopeless. The news that an exit had appeared on the Godly Tomb continent quickly spread. The cultivators who were warned by the Nanhua Immortal Sect and Fenglong Sect to leave the Godly Tomb continent cursed the two sect for their shamelessness while teleporting back to the Godly Tomb continent. Without hesitation, They dove into the deep whirlpool at the center of Jadelight Lake. The cultivators who came later wouldn't be trapped in the maze. Even if they didn't find anything in the maze, they would run to the place where the real divine tomb was hidden. It was better if they didn't come. Anyone who entered the mountain passage of the huge tomb would die. Even if none of the cultivators who went in before came out, it didn't stop the cultivators who came later. They still rushed in and were smashed to death by the sarcophagi. The legend of the divine tomb had been around for a long time. It was said that there was an ancient divine artifact in the divine tomb. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even some of the big sects were scrambling for it. Only a few experts who heard about the opening of the divine tomb continent could remain calm and didn't go in. Xiao Lingyu and Qing Xian, who were trapped at the bottom of the mountain, were numb to the flying sarcophagi and the screams of the cultivators. However, they didn't feel good seeing others die here. It wasn't sympathy, but worry about their own situation. The two of them were trapped here for a full 2 months. After another wave of cultivators were smashed to death by the stone coffins, the stone coffins did not return to their small caves like before. Instead, they continued to dance in the space inside the mountain. The hexagonal star diagram at the top of the mountain and the mysterious runes on the stone walls of the mountain all sped up their circulation. A powerful and evil aura surged in the entire space inside the mountain. What was even more terrifying and strange was that the sarcophagi collided with each other while flying, as if they wanted to help each other break the shackles of the sarcophagi. Our peaceful days are coming to an end, Xiao Lingyu said with a wry smile. Ha! It's better than being trapped here forever, Qing Xian said with a faint smile. He didn't seem to be afraid. The entire belly of the mountain was shaking, and at some point, the tombstone that was originally standing outside the tomb had actually appeared in the belly of the mountain. The names engraved on the tombstone left the tombstone and entered the sarcophagi. Boom! When all the small characters disappeared, the tombstone suddenly exploded, and then the sarcophagi stopped flying. The runes on the stone walls of the belly of the mountain also gradually disappeared. Only the hexagonal starlight pattern at the top of the mountain was still releasing a terrifying aura and radiance. Then something happened that made Xiao Lingyu and Qing Xian's scalp tingle. The sarcophagi that were quietly floating in the air opened at the same time. Then the heads of the cultivators were exposed. Chapter 392. Inside the thousands of stone coffins, there were thousands of human cultivators' heads. Thousands of mouths were singing in unison. Moreover, they were in the middle of the mountain, so it was naturally a shocking sight. Moreover, there was a hint of desolation and sorrow in the vigorous battle song, which made one's blood boil. It was as if a fire of war was burning in one's chest. Huh, aren't those people from our sect? Xiao Lingyu looked at the heads carefully and found one of them to be very familiar. Therefore, she asked in surprise. Qing Xian did not notice that. She was completely stunned by the strange situation that had suddenly appeared. When she heard Xiao Lingyu's words, she looked in the direction that Xiao Lingyu was pointing. Then, she was also shocked. He is junior brother Qing Han. He has been following the two of us. Why is he in the stone coffins? Qing Xian asked in disbelief. Those dead cultivators have mysteriously disappeared. They must have been taken into the stone coffins, Xiao Lingyu said with narrowed eyes. The bodies of the ancient gods should not be in these stone coffins. Now, they must have reincarnated in someone else's body. Qing Xian speculated. I think the remnant souls of the ancient gods are sealed in these stone coffins. The names on the tombstones help the remnant souls to open the seal. Perhaps those names are where their remnant souls are. Now that the stone coffins have been opened and they have bodies again, I'm afraid not only the two of us, but the entire immortal realm is in trouble, Xiao Lingyu said as she rubbed her nose and forced herself to calm down. Qing Xian shook her head and said, not necessarily. They have reincarnated in someone else's body. It is impossible for them to have the strength they had when they were alive. Xiao Yu continued. Even if their strength is limited, as long as they still have some ancient divine powers and some battle consciousness from when they were alive, their combined strength is still very terrifying. That's right. This is a very powerful force. If we can make them, speaking of this, Qing Xian laughed self-mockingly, thinking that he was too delusional. These were all resurrected ancient gods. It was almost impossible to control them. At the same time, Xiao Yu could feel that the mysterious power in the belly of the mountain was gradually weakening. The battle song was still being sung, and the hexagonal star pattern at the top of the mountain began to flash with colorful divine light. The rainbow-colored divine light was projected onto the stone coffins, causing them to slowly fade away. In less than 10 minutes, the hexagonal star pattern at the top of the mountain suddenly exploded, and a large number of colorful light spots sprinkled down. The rainbow-colored specks of light landed on the stone coffins, and the stone coffins disappeared one after another. They turned into extremely sturdy armor that tightly wrapped around the cultivators hiding in the stone coffins. As a result, the thousands of stone coffins floating in the space inside the mountain turned into thousands of armored cultivators. At the same time, the space inside the mountain returned to normal. Xiao Yu and Qing Xian could now freely send out their thoughts without any restrictions. Xiao Yu's expression relaxed when he felt that he could control his divine dwellings with his mind. As soon as he sensed that something was wrong, he would immediately hide in his divine dwellings. But what made the two of them feel strange was that the armored cultivators were still quietly floating in the space in the belly of the mountain. The battle song was loud and clear, but they didn't do anything else. They were completely mechanical. They should not be fully awake yet. I think we could try and see if we can escape. Qing Xian suggested to Xiao Yu, pointing at the tunnel halfway up the mountain. Xiao Yu also had the same idea. He said, "Okay." Qing Xian gave Xiao Yu a look, and the two of them flew up into the sky at the same time. Kill! Unexpectedly, when the two of them were less than 10 feet above the ground, the armored cultivators who were singing the battle song shot a colorful light at the two of them at the same time. Although the two of them had been prepared for the bombardment of thousands of cultivators, they were still blasted down without any mishaps. Furthermore, both of them suffered heavy injuries. After the two of them landed, the armored cultivators did not attack again. Instead, they continued to sing the battle song as if there was no one else around. Judging from their attack power, they're indeed not as strong as they used to be, Qing Xian commented as he fed himself a pill. But they beat us up so easily. If they work together, they're definitely not weaker than ordinary celestial supremacies. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Then how should we escape? If we wait any longer, I'm afraid it won't be long before they take action. They won't let us stay here, Qing Xian said worriedly. They won't let us leave safely. If we rush in now, it's no different from courting death. Let's just wait and see, Xiao Yu said calmly. Qing Xian didn't know that Xiao Yu had a divine palace, so he thought that Xiao Yu was pretending to be calm. Therefore, he couldn't relax his knitted brows. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Xiao Yu and Qing Xian, who were obediently waiting at the bottom of the mountain, suddenly heard the armored cultivators shouting in unison. Their hearts jumped in fright. However, they soon discovered that the armored cultivators had attacked, but they were attacking the exit of the tunnel. Sigh. More people are coming to die, Xiao Yu said with a sigh. There will definitely be more people coming later. It would be even better if an immortal supremacy came, Qing Xian said with a cold expression. As Qing Xian expected, more and more immortal realm experts rushed over. However, if they weren't killed in the tunnel, then they were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even if there were cultivators who were lucky enough to survive and spread the news, there were still more immortal realm cultivators rushing over. These armored cultivators seemed to be attached to the mountain. No matter how much they were disturbed by the immortal realm experts, they floated in the air and didn't do anything else. With such a big event happening in the immortal realm, the news spread very quickly. The Immortal Realm's top experts, supremacies, naturally wouldn't remain indifferent. Xiao Lingyu and Qing Xian waited at the bottom of the mountain for a few more days. The number of Immortal Realm experts coming to die didn't decrease, and immortal supremacies finally appeared. At this time, outside the huge tomb, Hu Yunzi and Lan Yao Fairy, who had met Xiao Lingyu before, stood at the entrance of the tunnel with a serious expression. These two immortal supremacies had been searching for the Black Tortoise in a nearby Immortal Realm, so they received the news early. However, they didn't care about the battle between Nanhua Immortal School and Fenglong Sect, so they didn't come early. However, the appearance of the entrance to the Divine Tomb made them unable to hold back. There was a rule in the Immortal Realm that had been passed down since ancient times. Immortal supremacies weren't allowed to interfere with the fights between the major sects or cultivators. However, if something big happened in the Immortal Realm, they had to show up, such as the Great War of Immortals and Demons, or this strange and dangerous Divine Tomb. It's said that there are thousands of armored cultivators inside. They will attack anyone who enters. It's very dangerous. As Hu Yunzi spoke, the horsetail whisked in his arm, and his beard fluttered in the wind. That's right. The sect masters of Nanhua Immortal School and Fenglong Sect have sent word that the soul jade tablets of all their disciples who entered were all shattered. There were even late-stage spirit emperors among them. Lan Yao Fairy, whose appearance and temperament were inferior to Lan Yao Fairy's, was dressed in colorful silk. However, she couldn't hide the worry on her face. Fairy, don't get involved in such a dangerous place. This old man is a bit older, so I'll go in first to see the situation, Hu Yunzi said generously. Haha, brother Hu Yunzi really knows how to joke. At our level of cultivation, although we cherish our lives, we won't sit idly by and do nothing when something big threatens the Immortal Realm. Lan Yao Fairy shook her head with a smile. In fact, these two immortal supremacies knew that it was dangerous inside, but they were confident that they could enter and exit with ease. They also felt that there must be great opportunities inside, so they didn't want to stay outside and watch the other immortal supremacies enter first. Just now, the two of them had emphasized that it was very dangerous inside. In fact, they wanted the other to back off. In that case, let's go in together. We can take care of each other. Hu Yunzi pondered for a moment, then entered the passage with a solemn expression. Lan Yao Fairy didn't hesitate either. She followed closely behind Hu Yunzi. The two immortal supremacies were like the other cultivators who had entered before them. They smoothly arrived at the heart of the mountain. Just as they saw a group of armored cultivators, they heard battle cries. At the same time, they saw countless colorful lights flying toward them. Oomph! Hu Yunzi snorted. He swung the horsetail whisk in his hand forward. Silver threads flew forward, continuously increasing in size and power. Lan Yao Fairy didn't sit idly by. The colorful silk fluttering around her also swept forward. The two supremacies joined forces to use divine artifacts to defend themselves. Although they blocked the attacks of thousands of armored cultivators, the colorful lights continued to explode. They were forced to retreat, and they were in a sorry state. It really is a very powerful force. Hu Yunzi exclaimed in surprise after he steadied himself. What, brother Hu Yunzi, do you have any ideas? Lan Yao Fairy asked. Of course I have some ideas. If we can control them and send them to the battlefield of the immortal demon war, those old fellows from the demon realm will definitely have their eyes pop out. Hu Yunzi laughed. I actually have the same idea. However, it won't be easy to control them, Lan Yao Fairy said meaningfully. Let's not beat around the bush here. Let's just get straight to the point. We can all tell that while these armored cultivators appear to have been reborn, they have yet to regain their consciousness. They're just puppets. It won't be too difficult for us to collect them, Hu Yunzi said straightforwardly. That's right. That's right. Lan Yao Fairy nodded. I remember that the Heavenly Tao sect has a unique divine array called the Great Heaven Sealing Soul Refining Array. It's most suitable for this place. That divine array won't be effective with just the two of us, Hu Yunzi said. Chapter 393. Xiaoling Yu was still at the bottom of the mountain. When he saw the colorful silk and silver threads, he knew that the two immortal sovereigns, Hu Yunzi and Fairy Blue Jade, had arrived. He originally thought that the two immortal sovereigns would attack the armored cultivators, but he didn't expect the two immortal sovereigns to only appear for a moment and not enter the mountain. These two immortal sovereigns are too cowardly. Xiaoling Yu couldn't help but curse. How did you know that it was two immortal sovereigns who came? Qing Xian asked curiously. Xiaoling Yu realized that he seemed to have let it slip and laughed. Who else could block the attacks of so many armored cultivators other than immortal sovereigns? I thought you knew these two immortal sovereigns. Qing Xian seemed to have a deeper meaning. Immortal sovereigns are so noble. How could a small character like me know them? Xiaoling Yu waved his hand and said, I don't think these two immortal sovereigns are cowards. They just came in to see the situation and then go out to think of a countermeasure. Perhaps it won't be long before they come in again and wipe out all the armored cultivators. Qing Xian was very optimistic. This place no longer suppresses and restricts the immortal sense of cultivators. With the ability of an immortal sovereign, they should be able to see the true situation of these armored cultivators after coming in. Xiaoling Yu first nodded and then said, If you were one of the immortal sovereigns, what would you think after seeing the true situation of these armored cultivators? Qing Xian pondered for a moment and said, First of all, I'm not an immortal sovereign. Second of all, I can't see the true situation of these armored cultivators, so I can't answer your question accurately. However, I can speculate that if I were one of the immortal sovereigns. Qing Xian suddenly frowned and said, Even an immortal sovereign would want to take these armored cultivators for himself and would take action while these armored cultivators are still unwilling to leave. Xiaoling Yu didn't care and said, These armored cultivators aren't puppets. How could they be taken away so easily? Qing Xian nodded and said, That's true. Qing Xian and Xiaoling Yu didn't see that these armored cultivators were no different from puppets. At first, the stone coffins directly killed the immortal sovereigns who came in and didn't leave the consciousness and souls of those immortal sovereigns. However, it was unknown whether it was because of the passage of time or other reasons. The sealed ancient remnant souls didn't have their own consciousness, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that these armored cultivators were puppets. Qing Xian and Qing Xian sovereigns didn't see this, but Hu Yunzi and immortal sovereigns were able to see this. At this time, the two immortal venerables had already gathered all the immortal emperors on the divine tomb continent and surrounded the huge tomb. No force dared to offend an immortal venerable. Even a sect like the Nanhua Immortal Sect would try to curry favor with an immortal venerable, so they naturally responded to the invitation. Qing Xian sat impatiently at the bottom of the mountain. Only God knows. Xiaoling Yu shrugged and said, They couldn't rush out. Even if they hid in their divine dwellings, they would be attacked as soon as they flew up. Xiaoling Yu could only wait patiently. The two of them waited for nearly a month. Suddenly, the entire mountain trembled violently. Then, they felt the surrounding temperature rise rapidly. Before the two of them could check the situation, and before they could understand why it was like this, waves of scorching flames poured into the belly of the mountain from all directions. Oh no! The two immortal sovereigns are going to refine these armored cultivators. Qing Xian shouted in alarm. But as soon as she flew up, the armored cultivators shot down countless colorful lights and blasted her down. The scorching flames that had filled the entire mountain didn't affect the armored cultivators too much. Xiaoling Yu and Qing Xian sovereigns still couldn't escape. However, Xiaoling Yu and Qing Xian sovereigns found it difficult to resist the flames. They could hold on for a while, but they definitely couldn't hold on for long. Are we going to be burned alive in here? Qing Xian sovereigns looked very reluctant. Qing Xian had mixed feelings about being melted by the experts of the immortal realm instead of being killed by the armored cultivators. Xiaoling Yu's body was strong, but if she stayed here, she would be melted into ashes. After hesitating for a while, he saw that the flames didn't show any signs of weakening. Instead, they were increasing in power. He said to Qing Xian, let go of your mental defenses. I'll take you to a safe place to hide. Qing Xian didn't react immediately, but she did as she was told. After all, Xiaoling Yu saved her life. Xiaoling Yu had no reason to harm her. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't take the initiative to let go of their mental defenses. Otherwise, their souls would be easily erased by experts of the same level. Xiaoling Yu wrapped Qing Xian with his mind and released his spiritual abode. Then, the two of them disappeared at the bottom of the mountain and hid in the spiritual abode. I didn't expect you to be so rich. Qing Xian's sovereign's in the late stage of the immortal emperor realm. Naturally, she could tell where she was. Xiaoling Yu didn't reply. Instead, he controlled the spiritual abode to rush up. However, just as he expected, the moment the spiritual abode flew up, the thousands of armored cultivators shot out beams of colorful light to obstruct it. Even though the spiritual abode was a divine artifact, it couldn't increase its speed. Instead, it was blasted down. You haven't completely refined this spiritual abode, right? Otherwise, you should be able to rush up, Qing Xian said. I hope that the flames outside will be able to control these armored cultivators. Then, we'll be able to rush out, Xiaoling Yu said with a bitter smile. The flames outside have extremely strong refining abilities. Moreover, their power is mainly concentrated on the armored cultivators. They won't be able to harm this spiritual abode. Qing Xian's sovereigns completely relaxed and stared at Xiaoling Yu. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaoling Yu asked with a frown. Nothing. I just feel that you're becoming more and more mysterious. Qing Xian replied with a faint smile. Who doesn't have secrets? Xiaoling Yu replied vaguely. You have too many secrets. I really want to share them with you, so that I won't be surprised all the time in the future. Qing Xian was indeed attracted by Xiaoling Yu's various performances. This kind of attraction had nothing to do with feelings. It was just curiosity towards a special existence. I do have many secrets, but I can't share them with just anyone. Xiaoling Yu replied indifferently as she stared at the situation outside the spiritual abode. So stingy, Qing Xian rebuked. She probably didn't even realize that she was acting like a spoiled little girl in front of a man she didn't know very well. Although this was something she was born with, it had been mercilessly hidden away for many years. This time, after experiencing life and death with Xiaoling Yu, Qing Xian's cultivation was originally higher and her strength was much stronger than Xiaoling Yu's. However, she always needed Xiaoling Yu to save her at critical moments. This made her no longer look down on Xiaoling Yu. She even felt that Xiaoling Yu was stronger than her. This kind of change naturally brought about changes in other aspects. What Xiaoling Yu and Qing Xian didn't know was that hundreds of emperor-level experts had already gathered outside this huge tomb. Under the instructions of the two celestial primes, they were controlling the heaven-sealing divine, refining formation that blocked the entrance of Tiandao's sect. They were also using the power of the formation to send waves of scorching flames into the belly of the mountain to refine those armored cultivators. Even with such a lineup, it was extremely difficult and slow to refine the armor left behind by the ancient god-level experts. Fortunately, as long as anything didn't get too close to the belly of the mountain, those armored cultivators wouldn't resist. Given enough time, the refinement would definitely succeed. The power of the scorching flames was mostly concentrated on those armored cultivators and didn't pose much of a threat to the spiritual abode. However, if the refinement continued, the spiritual abode wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The current situation was to see if the spiritual abode could hold on longer than those armored cultivators. As long as those armored cultivators were refined first, the experts outside would stop the formation and the spiritual abode would be safe. Qing Xian didn't seem to be worried about the situation outside. She kept asking Xiaoling Yu questions in the spiritual abode. She, who was no longer in the mood to compete for the position of sect master of Nanhua Immortal Sect, seemed to have found a new focus. Xiaoling Yu usually didn't answer Qing Xian's questions. Only when she couldn't handle it would she give a perfunctory answer. This naturally made Qing Xian very dissatisfied. However, even if she braced herself and used the tactic of acting coquettishly, which she had never used before, Xiao Yu remained indifferent. In the end, she snorted coldly and returned to her original indifferent expression, as if she was ignoring Xiao Yu. Time slowly passed. Every once in a while, Xiao Yu would drive his divine dwellings to clash with the upper realm, but not once was he successful. Moreover, the power of the flames in the belly of the mountain grew fiercer and fiercer. Even the spiritual abode gradually found it difficult to move. The spiritual abode's quality was extraordinary, but it wasn't completely refined. The sky-ceiling, soul-refining formation was a divine formation. It was controlled by 2 immortal supremacies and hundreds of immortal emperors. It wasn't difficult to seal the spiritual abode. Those 2 immortal supremacies are really despicable. Xiao Yu cursed inwardly. She felt helpless. It seems that the 2 immortal supremacies are going to benefit from these armored cultivators, Qing Xian said abruptly. Don't be so sure. Xiao Yu sneered. Close to 100 years had passed in this manner, and only when the divine dwellings began to slowly move upward again did they avoid being bombarded by the armored cultivators. It seems that these armored cultivators are almost finished refining, Qing Xian said. They might end up with nothing. Xiao Yu didn't control the spiritual abode to fly toward the exit of the passage. Instead, he approached one of the armored cultivators and left the spiritual abode. Qing Xian, who was still in the spiritual abode, stared with her almond-shaped eyes. She couldn't help but worry for Xiao Yu. What is this guy trying to do? Although the update time was a little late, the 3rd update was still not too late. Chapter 394. Xiao Yu forcefully withstood the raging flames around him and kept an armored cultivator who had already been refined into his spiritual abode. Qing Xian was shocked when he saw an armored cultivator suddenly appear beside him in his spiritual abode. He finally understood what Xiao Yu was trying to do. This guy is crazy. How dare he snatch something from a celestial venerable? Qing Xian cursed inwardly, but he was very impressed with Xiao Yu's actions. Xiao Yu was not afraid of celestial venerables, but whether it was the devil world or the celestial world, he had come into contact with celestial venerables before and had never suffered any losses. Therefore, even though he was afraid, he would not allow a celestial venerable to bully him. Then, one by one, the armored cultivators were kept in Xiao Yu's spiritual abode. If he could not withstand the raging flames, Xiao Yu would return to his spiritual abode to hide and rest for a while before going out again. After all the armored cultivators had been refined by the raging flames, there was not a single armored cultivator left in the space inside the mountain. All the armored cultivators were now inside the spiritual abode, quietly arranged in a row. Since they had already been refined, they would not attack anything at will. Although you have taken them in, you might not be able to take them away. There are celestial venerables guarding outside, Qing Xian reminded him. So what if they're celestial venerables? Although I can't defeat them, they might not be able to leave the spiritual abode behind, Xiao Yu said nonchalantly. Actually, even if you did not take these armored cultivators in, the celestial venerables outside most likely would not let you leave. They would probably covet your spiritual abode, Qing Xian said with a nod. Xiao Yu was aware of this, which was why he took these armored cultivators in without any scruples. He had already experienced whether or not celestial venerables would covet his spiritual abode. In fact, he had taken this spiritual abode away under Hu Yunzi's nose. There was clearly a very powerful array outside, and the array was still operating, so now was not the best time to rush out. Xiao Yu stopped the spiritual abode at the entrance of the mountain and waited patiently. While waiting patiently, Xiao Yu observed the armored cultivators. Now, the consciousness of the ancient remnant souls in these armored cultivators' bodies had been completely erased. Previously, they were only close to being puppets, but now they were real puppets. These puppets still have quite a bit of spiritual energy. As long as you refine them with the puppet technique and inject your consciousness into their souls, You'll be able to completely control them and make them act according to your wishes. However, these puppets are very advanced. If you don't know the godly puppet art, it will be very difficult to refine them. Qing Xian narrowed his eyes and said, God-level puppetry technique? It seems that I really do have one. Shaolin Yu smiled and took out a jade slip. This jade slip recorded a puppet technique called the divine puppet art. He had obtained it in the Yuehua prefecture of the chaotic astral ocean of the cultivation world. He had used it to refine a profound iron puppet comparable to a ninth tribulation loose immortal. The divine puppet art was a genuine godly puppet art left behind by an ancient expert. You seem to have everything, Qing Xian said meaningfully. Qing Xian hadn't spent much time with Shaolin Yu, but he was already a little numb from the amazement. Shaolin Yu was also used to Qing Xian's amazement, so he didn't reply. Instead, he carefully studied the divine puppet art. The celestial venerables outside didn't know what was going on inside. The great array was still operating, and the fire was still burning inside the mountain. 2 years later, Shaolin Yu carefully comprehended the divine puppet art once more, especially the part about refining god-level puppets. After comprehending the divine puppetry art, Shaolin Yu walked up to one of the armored puppets. A wave of scorching primordial fire shot out from his palm, completely enveloping the armored puppet. Shaolin Yu wanted to refine the armored puppet, but his primal chaos true fire had only burned the puppet for less than 2 days. The refinement had only just begun, but the flames in the mountain suddenly disappeared. The great array outside has stopped, Qing Xian reminded him. Shaolin Yu put away his primal chaos true fire, then took out piles of immortal crystals. Then, he made a hand seal and chanted an incantation. The energy in the immortal crystals was rapidly absorbed by his divine palace, which also began to tremble. Go! Shaolin Yu shouted softly and stopped his hand seal and incantation. After the divine palace shook violently again, it began to rush out along the mountain passage. In an instant, the divine palace had rushed out of the passage, turned into a colorful light, and rushed toward the exit of the world where the divine tomb was located. Not good. Hu Yunzi, who had been waiting outside for many years, naturally saw the divine palace turn into a stream of light. He let out a loud cry, but he didn't chase after it. Instead, he rushed into the space in the belly of the mountain to take a look. Fairy Blue Jade did the same. Seeing that the space inside the mountain was empty, and that the thousands of armored puppets were all gone, Hu Yunzi and Fairy Lan Yao's faces were extremely ugly. The two of them had set up the heaven-sealing, god-refining array and asked hundreds of immortal emperor experts for help. But in the end, they didn't get anything. When had these two celestial venerables ever suffered such humiliation? When had they ever lost face like this? Is there a living person inside? Fairy Lan Yao was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She was full of suspicion. There must be something wrong with that colorful light. Let's chase after it first. Hu Yunzi immediately turned around and chased after it with Fairy Lan Yao. Flying above the Jade Light Lake, the two celestial venerables spread out their divine sense and happened to see the colorful light flash by. However, the two of them chased after the colorful light at the same time. Naturally, they were at their fastest speed. If they had immediately chased after the colorful light instead of going into the mountain to take a look, their divine sense might have been able to lock onto the colorful light. However, the colorful light had already flown out of the range of their divine sense. It was too difficult for them to chase after it. Not long after, the two celestial venerables lost track of it. The colorful light had completely disappeared into the starry sky. After stopping, Fairy Lan Yao said, "The treasure in that colorful light looks a bit familiar. It seems to be the divine palace that the black tortoise carried. However, it was later taken away by a cultivator with a pair of silver wings," Hu Yunzi added. "It should be that person. He used the power of the divine palace to take away all of the armored puppets. We've worked for someone else again," Fairy Lan Yao said gloomily. "As long as he's from the immortal realm, I don't believe that we can't find him, Hu Yunzi said angrily. The immortal realm is so big. If he wants to hide on some planet in the starry sky, even if we mobilize all of the cultivators in the immortal realm to help, we won't be able to find him. Fairy Lan Yao shook her head and bitterly smiled. Hu Yunzi could only coldly snort. His expression became even uglier. After raising the speed of the Divine Palace, Xiaoling Yu had been moving at its fastest speed. Because he was worried that the two celestial venerables would seal the teleportation formation, he didn't think about returning to the Divine Tomb continent. Instead, he chose a direction in the starry sky and continued forward. After nervously waiting for 4 hours and seeing that no celestial venerables had caught up, Xiaoling Yu and Fairy Lan Yao's expressions gradually relaxed. Can you give me half of these armored puppets? Qing Xian suddenly asked. When Xiaoling Yu heard this, he slightly frowned. 1/3 is fine, Qing Xian said. Didn't you say that you had no intention of fighting for the position of sect master? What do you want these armored puppets for? Xiaoling Yu asked. Self-preservation, Qing Xian answered. With your current strength, you can easily protect yourself in the immortal realm. Xiaoling Yu said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. If I encounter in celestial venerables, I won't be able to defeat them. Moreover, I don't have a divine palace like you to use to escape. Qing Xian shook his head. That's your problem. I've saved you many times. Don't be too greedy. Xiaoling Yu said indifferently. We're from the same sect. How can you be so stingy? Qing Xian was so angry that his body trembled. He added, If I hadn't pulled you in, how could you have obtained these armored puppets? Xiaoling Yu smiled and said, You still have the nerve to say that you were the one who kept pulling me in. If you hadn't forced me in, how could I have suffered such serious injuries? How could I have almost lost my life? It wasn't that Xiaoling Yu was stingy. It was just that these armored puppets could only display their greatest destructive power when they were grouped together. If they were divided into several groups, it would be difficult for them to combine their powers. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to deal with celestial venerables. Are you really not going to give them to me? Qing Xian asked with a cold expression. No, Xiaoling Yu said firmly. Then don't blame me for not remembering that you've saved my life. As Qing Xian spoke, the aura on his body began to gather. The temperature in his divine palace also began to drop rapidly. Don't forget that you're in my divine palace now. In my divine palace, I have the final say. Xiaoling Yu reminded him fearlessly. Don't try to scare me. You haven't completely refined this spiritual abode. Other than being able to defend against external attacks and use it to escape, what other abilities can you use it for? Qing Xian asked in an unconcerned manner. Qing Xian was right. This was what she had observed and speculated over the years. It was the truth. I'm not greedy for your divine palace or the other treasures on your body. I only want 1/3 of these armored puppets. Is this too much? Even if I haven't done anything, at least I've been in danger all this time. Qing Xian continued. Xiaoling Yu hesitated for a moment. Then, he took a deep breath and said, All right, I'll do as you say. With Qing Xian's current strength, he wouldn't need to be afraid of celestial venerables if he had a large number of armored puppets with him at all times. In fact, it was difficult for Xiaoling Yu to control so many high-level puppets at the same time. It wouldn't make much of a difference if he gave away a batch of puppets. With his current strength, even if these puppets belonged to him and were refined by him, it would still be difficult for him to deal with celestial venerables. The overall strength of a cultivator was mostly reflected in his personal realm and cultivation. Magic treasures, techniques, and these puppets were only auxiliary. Chapter 395. In the following days, they searched for continents in the immortal realm while refining those armored puppets. Although Qing Xian was stronger than Xiaoling Yu in terms of strength and cultivation level, her primordial fire could not be compared to the primordial fire. Therefore, her refining speed was slower than Xiaoling Yu's. Basically, for every 2 armored puppets that Xiaoling Yu refined, Qing Xian could only refine 1. However, Even with Xiao Lingyu's primal chaos primordial fire, it would take him nearly 2 years to refine one armored puppet. Even if he gave 1/3 of the puppets to Qing Xian, he would still need nearly 10,000 years to refine all of them. For cultivators like Qing Xian, 10,000 years was just the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Lingyu felt that it was still a little long. Since he did not have the ability to refine a large number of armored puppets at the same time, he could only waste his time like this. Anyway, he had nothing to do in the spiritual abode. The danger of crossing the starry sky of the immortal realm was not considered a danger to the spiritual abode. The speed of the spiritual abode at full speed was much faster than that of an ordinary immortal supremacy. It would only take a little more than 100 years to travel from one continent to the next. However, both Xiao Lingyu and Qing Xian knew that the two immortal supremacies would not only seal the Divine Tomb continent, but also the immortal realm continents near it. Therefore, even if Xiao Lingyu encountered a continent, he would not dare to stop. For safety's sake, he let the spiritual abode continue flying. This time, it took nearly 2,000 years for Xiao Lingyu to let the spiritual abode land on a continent in the immortal realm. In 2,000 years, Xiao Lingyu had refined 1,000 armored puppets. It could be said that he had gained another powerful trump card and one more method of attack. Qing Xian had also refined 500 armored puppets. Although these puppets were not enough to give her the strength to face an immortal supremacy, she could at least defeat most of the experts below the immortal supremacy level. Therefore, she was very satisfied. This continent was not sealed off. Xiao Lingyu and Jiang Yi entered the teleportation array without any hindrance and headed towards the East Imperial Continent. The East Imperial Continent was still the same as before. There were no changes because of what happened in the Divine Tomb Continent. Nanhua Immortal Sect was also very peaceful. The base at the top of the mountain was still like a paradise. However, along the way, Xiao Lingyu and Qing Xian met all the disciples of the Nanhua Immortal Sect who looked surprised. Not long after entering the sect, Xiao Lingyu and Qing Xian parted ways. Xiao Lingyu returned to his own pavilion. As for where Qing Xian went, he did not care. After meditating for less than 2 days in her attic, Qing Pingzi came to visit her personally, which was within Xiao Lingyu's expectations. Junior brother Xiao, it is our sect's fortune to be able to come back safely, Qing Pingzi said with concern after entering the door. I did not do my job well. I caused so many of my fellow disciples to die in the Divine Tomb continent. I am ashamed. Xiao Lingyu seemed to be ashamed. This has nothing to do with you. It is just that some people in our sect thought too much. Qing Pingzi sat down and continued. However, after what happened in the Divine Tomb continent, our Nanhua Immortal Sect lost 1/4 of our experts. The sect's overall strength has decreased greatly. Fortunately, junior brother and junior sister Qing Xian are fine. Otherwise, our sect will be fine with senior brother sect master here. Even if there are some losses now, I believe there will be more in the future. Xiao Lingyu said with a smile. Junior brother, have you been with junior sister Qing Xian all these years? Qing Pingzi asked curiously. Yes. Xiao Lingyu nodded and replied. Senior sister Qing Xian should have told senior brother sect master about what happened later, right? On the way back, Xiao Lingyu naturally discussed with Qing Xian how to explain it to outsiders. Qing Xian should have met Qing Pingzi. After all, Qing Xian was in charge of the matters on the Divine Tomb continent. After she came back, she should report to the sect master first. Xiao Lingyu knew that Qing Pingzi would definitely ask a lot of questions. However, he did not want to waste his time, so he just said Qing Xian. Junior brother, you know that junior sister Qing Xian has some misunderstandings about me, so there are many things that she did not tell me in detail. Otherwise, I would not have come to you to understand the situation. Qing Pingzi said helplessly. Oh, then what does senior brother sect master want to understand? Xiao Lingyu nodded and asked. It has been more than 2,000 years since the incident on the Divine Tomb continent. Why did junior brother and junior sister Qing Xian only come back now? Qing Pingzi asked. At that time, the two of us entered the Divine Tomb and were trapped in a forbidden space. That forbidden space was too strong for us to break through, so we were trapped in there. Fortunately, I have the divine fire, and senior sister Qing Xian has the divine sword. The two of us joined forces to attack continuously, so we have the opportunity to return to the sect now. Xiao Lingyu repeated the response that he had discussed with Qing Xian before. Qing Pingzi seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this answer. He frowned slightly, but after a moment, his expression returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Since junior brother has been with junior sister Qing Xian for so long, you should know her well, right? What do you think of her?" Xiao Lingyu said bluntly, "Senior brother sect master. Senior sister Qing Xian has no troops under her command now, so she no longer has the strength to compete for the position of sect master. I think senior brother doesn't need to be too wary of her, right?" Qing Pingzi was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, don't misunderstand. I don't want to pry anything from junior brother, nor do I have the intention to target junior sister Qing Xian. The reason why I ask this is that I want to match junior brother and junior sister Qing Xian." When Xiao Lingyu heard this, he was shocked and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. However, given senior sister Qing Xuan's standards, how could she take a liking to me? Senior brother, you don't have to worry about it." Qing Pingzi shook his head and said, "I think junior brother and junior sister Qing Xian are very compatible. Moreover, I talked to junior sister Qing Xian yesterday. When she mentioned you, she was full of praise. It seems that she has some feelings for junior brother. After all, the two of you have been together for so long in the forbidden space." Xiao Lingyu knew that Qing Pingzi was an old fox, but he couldn't guess why Qing Pingzi had such thoughts. Therefore, he went straight to the point and said, "Senior brother sect master, I think it's better for the two of us to be frank. Senior brother, why are you so enthusiastic about this matter? Please tell me your thoughts." Qing Pingzi's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, good. I like junior brother's straightforward personality. Since junior brother is a straightforward person, then I won't beat around the bush. Junior brother Xiao, do you agree to be a member of my faction?" Xiao Lingyu frowned and didn't say anything. Qing Pingzi continued, "Then junior brother, do you plan to join junior brother Qing Wei's faction?" Xiao Lingyu shook his head in silence. Qing Pingzi still smiled and said, "Junior brother, you don't want to come on my side. I'm sure of this, but I can't be sure if junior brother will join junior brother Qing Wei's faction one day. Therefore, I want to match junior brother and junior sister Qing Xian together. Now that junior sister Qing Xian has lost her power, it is impossible for her to fight for my position as the sect master, and it is absolutely impossible for her to work for junior brother Qing Wei. If junior brother and her get married, I can be at ease." Xiao Lingyu said bluntly, "Senior brother's plan is wishful thinking. Even if I agree, even if senior sister Qing Xian has lost her power, she can't be ordered around by senior brother. She won't marry whoever senior brother wants her to marry." Qing Pingzi said nonchalantly, "Junior brother, does that mean as long as junior sister Qing Xian agrees, then junior brother's side will be fine?" Xiao Lingyu shook his head and said, "To be honest, junior brother already has a Dao partner. The beautiful thing senior brother mentioned is not suitable for me. However, I can promise senior brother that if I really want to join a faction, it will definitely be senior brother's side." Qing Pingzi seemed to be satisfied with Xiao Lingyu's answer. He stood up and said, "Junior brother has just returned from a dangerous journey, so I won't disturb you any further. However, I'm not lying when I said that junior sister Qing Xian might be interested in junior brother. As for junior brother saying that you already have a Dao partner, this might not be a big problem. At least junior brother is still single." Xiao Lingyu didn't take Qing Pingzi's words to heart. After staying in the pavilion for a while, he went to the East Imperial Kingdom again. He entered the mercenary division and asked around, then came out disappointed. The mercenary division had spread the mission across half of the immortal realm, but no one had completed it. In other words, no one had found Anya. Xiao Lingyu was just about to leave the East Imperial Kingdom when he met Zhongji again. "Brother Xiao, we haven't seen each other for so many years. How have you been?" Zhongji greeted with a smile. I'm fine, Xiaoling Yu said perfunctorily with a smile. We bumped into each other again today. Brother Xiao, if you don't have anything else to say, why don't you have a drink with me? Zhongji invited with sincerity. Xiaoling Yu thought for a moment and said, okay. The reason why he agreed was that Xiaoling Yu didn't want Zhongji to suspect him. If he rejected the invitation, it would naturally make him look guilty. Zhongji didn't bring Xiaoling Yu to any restaurant. The two of them went to the second floor of the ordinary-looking shop. However, to Xiaoling Yu's surprise, Zhongji's original seat was now occupied by an old man with fluffy hair and curses on his face. Come, Brother Xiao, greet Elder Qi. He is the elder of the descendants of Earth in the immortal realm, Zhongji introduced. Junior Xiaoling Yu greets Elder Qi. Xiaoling Yu bowed very politely. Unexpectedly, Elder Qi, who had been very quiet all this time, suddenly slammed his palm on the table, scaring Xiaoling Yu to the point that his body trembled. Xiaoling Yu, how dare you? You're also a descendant of Earth. How dare you kill Ji Yong, who shares the same origin as you? Elder Qi stood up and shouted with narrowed eyes. Xiaoling Yu took a step back and said, Why do you say that, Elder Qi? Elder Qi slowly walked toward Xiaoling Yu. Although no aura surged out of his body, Xiaoling Yu felt immense pressure. Why do you say that? Oof. If you didn't kill Ji Yong, why would his yellow emperor bloodline be in your body? Elder Qi asked coldly. Chapter 396. Although I'm old, my eyesight isn't that bad. As Elder Qi spoke, he suddenly sent a palm strike towards Xiaoling Yu's shoulder. The two of them were so close to each other, and the other party was clearly much stronger than him. Xiaoling Yu knew that he couldn't dodge, so he didn't try to. Elder Qi's palm strike was swift, but it landed lightly on Xiaoling Yu's shoulder. Xiaoling Yu felt a strange wave of energy surge into his body, and then all the blood and life essence in his body began to tremble. Various colors of light overflowed from Xiaoling Yu's body, and the aura of the Yellow Emperor's bloodline was difficult to suppress. Elder Qi quickly retracted his palm. His originally gloomy expression was now extremely astonished. You're actually a demonic cultivator. Elder Qi narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. If Ji Yong hadn't been so aggressive, I wouldn't have killed him. Moreover, the situation at that time was that if I didn't kill him, he would have killed me. Xiaoling Yu forced himself to be calm as he replied. Elder Qi didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and sat back down on the chair. A pair of bright eyes that didn't match his wrinkled skin stared curiously at Xiaoling Yu. Zhongji, who was standing to the side, also had a complicated expression. If you had killed any other descendant of Earth, it would have been fine. However, Ji Yong is the hope of the descendants of Earth in the immortal world. Apart from him, we can't find any other descendant of Earth with the bloodline of an ancient powerhouse. This time, you've committed an unforgivable mistake. Elder Qi muttered to himself for a while before speaking. Even if I hadn't killed him, with his temperament, it would have been extremely difficult for him to live until he reached the immortal venerable realm. Xiaoling Yu said fearlessly. No one can be certain about that. Elder Qi shook his head and continued. Although you've transferred Ji Yong's Yellow Emperor bloodline to yourself, the bloodline in your body is too complicated. It seems to be of a high level, but it's not pure. Moreover, you seem to have been struck by an extremely powerful curse. I'm afraid that your life will be in danger within 1,000,000 years. Xiaoling Yu knew that the curse Elder Qi was talking about was the demon sovereign's life imprint. 1,000,000 years isn't a long time, but it's not short either. This curse might not be able to take my life, and my complicated bloodline might not be any weaker than the pure Yellow Emperor's bloodline. However, these are all my problems, so there's no need for Elder Qi to worry about them, Xiaoling Yu replied calmly. This Elder Qi was at most an immortal venerable. Even if Xiaoling Yu couldn't defeat him, he could still hide in his divine dwellings. At most, he could use the 1,000 armored puppets he had just refined to help him resist for a while. Since you were able to kill Ji Yong with your current level of cultivation, I believe you must have some special means. However, there are countless capable people in the immortal realm. Young people like you should stay calm and keep a low profile, Elder Chi said calmly. Thank you for your advice, Elder Chi. Shaoling Yu replied in a casual manner. No matter what, you were the one who killed Ji Yong. Naturally, you have to take responsibility for his actions, Elder Chi continued. Shaoling Yu frowned and said, What kind of responsibilities does he have to take on? Elder Chi replied, He has to cultivate to the venerable realm and become the #1 expert in the immortal realm. Then, he has to establish an invincible great power controlled by the descendants of Earth. Shaoling Yu shook his head and smiled, saying, Elder Chi just said that there are countless capable people in the immortal realm who can guarantee that they can become the #1 expert when they reach the venerable realm. As for establishing an invincible great power, this isn't something that can be done with just one person's strength. There are too many aspects of preparation that need to be done. Even if these 2 points are achieved, they can only maintain prosperity for a while. There's no such thing as an immortal existence, and naturally, there's no such thing as an immortal power. However, Elder Chi said, people of our generation only consider the matters of our generation and do our best. As for the future generations, there's no need for us to worry about them. However, we must make a start for the future generations and lay a good foundation. Shaoling Yu said, I'm also a descendant of Earth. Naturally, I will contribute to the rise of the descendants of Earth to the best of my ability. However, the responsibilities that Elder Chi is talking about are too heavy. This junior can't bear it. Senior, please choose someone else. Elder Chi waved his hand and said, Then I can only ask you to take responsibility for Ji Yong's death. Brother Xiao. At this moment, Zhongji stood up and spoke. He pulled Shaoling Yu to the side and said, Brother Xiao, you only know about responsibilities. You also need to know what kind of power you will have if you shoulder this responsibility. I don't care about power, Shaoling Yu replied. You can mobilize the majority of the descendants of Earth to work for you, and all the manpower, material, and financial resources we have can be used to serve you. For example, if Brother Xiao wants to find someone, the information network can serve you for free. Moreover, it's more efficient. When Zhongji said this, he glanced at Elder Chi. When he saw that Elder Chi didn't have the slightest change in expression, he continued, You can even ask a venerable immortal like Elder Chi to help you. According to Zhongji, if he agreed to Elder Chi's request, Shaoling Yu would basically directly control a large force in the immortal world that had a venerable immortal expert. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be tempted. However, Shaoling Yu still shook his head and said, I still say the same thing. I'm also a descendant of Earth. If there's a need, I'll definitely do my best and won't refuse. However, I don't want to shoulder any heavy responsibilities, nor do I want to have much power. Zhongji was speechless. He glanced at Elder Chi. Elder Chi waved at him, and he silently retreated to the side. However, Elder Chi then said, Young man, what's yours is yours. You can't run away, nor can you shake it off. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Shaoling Yu cupped his hands and bowed to Elder Chi. Then, he turned around and left. Strangely, Elder Chi didn't stop him. Elder Chi, are you letting him go just like that? Zhongji asked doubtfully. He's a stubborn person and also an unrestrained person. If we force him, it'll only be counterproductive. He hasn't reached the peak yet, and sooner or later, he'll need our help. Moreover, he just said that as long as we have any request, he'll do his best. Since that's the case, let's let him temper himself first. Perhaps he'll grow even faster and stronger on his own, Elder Chi said helplessly. Then Ji Yong's death. Zhongji didn't finish his sentence. That kid's state of mind is too stubborn. If he didn't have the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor, I'm afraid that many descendants of Earth wouldn't like him. Fortunately, he's dead, but his bloodline of the Yellow Emperor remains. In that case, it doesn't matter if he dies. Elder Chi smiled nonchalantly. Zhongji could tell that Elder Qi was implying that Ji Yong died for nothing. This Xiaoling Yu asked us to help find a woman who should have just ascended. Moreover, this mission was also issued to the mercenary army. This woman must be very important to him. Can't we make use of her? Zhongji continued. Elder Qi pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, even if we can coerce him like this, it will make him hate us. If he really becomes the #1 expert in the immortal world one day, he might do something irrational because of this. If that's the case, why don't we show him the abilities we have and find that woman as quickly as possible? Perhaps his attitude will change when the time comes. Zhongji nodded in agreement. Elder Qi's thinking is thorough and reliable. After leaving the East Royal City, Xiaoling Yu flew back to the Southern Flower Immortal Sect without stopping. His mind was filled with complicated thoughts. After quietly meditating for 3 days in his loft, Xiaoling Yu gradually recovered his calm state of mind. Then, he activated the protective array and restrictions around his loft before entering his divine dwellings to continue refining the armored puppets. There were only 2 factions left in the Southern Flower Immortal Sect. Qing Pingzi and the Qing guards were fighting openly and secretly. Xiaoling Yu didn't worry about it all. He just locked himself in the pavilion and released the primal chaos true fire to refine the iron armored puppets day after day. Originally, the Qingwei lineage was preparing for a major event. However, Nanhua Immortal Sect had suffered heavy losses in the Divine Tomb continent. Nanhua Immortal Sect couldn't afford to suffer any more setbacks or disturbances. Therefore, the Qingwei lineage had no choice but to push back the date of the event. No matter how important the sect master position was, it wasn't as important as stabilizing the sect's foundation. The Qing guards wouldn't disregard the sect's benefits for themselves. Several hundred years had passed peacefully, and Xiaoling Yu refined another 200 or so iron-armored puppets. But one day, he discovered that someone was shaking the restriction outside the pavilion. So he had no choice but to leave the divine dwellings and release the restriction. Xiaoling Yu didn't expect that it was Qing Xian who activated the restriction. At this moment, Qing Xian was standing outside with a cold expression. However, when she saw Xiaoling Yu, her expression softened a lot. "Senior sister, why are you here?" Xiaoling Yu went up and asked with a smile. "You don't seem to want to see me." Qing Xian didn't walk over. She just stood there and said unhappily, "Senior sister, please don't misunderstand. I can't wait to see such an eye-catching beauty like senior sister every day," Xiaoling Yu said bluntly. Xiaoling Yu wasn't afraid of Qing Xian. He also knew that although Qing Xian was stubborn, she wasn't a temperamental person. That was why he dared to speak in such a tone. Back in the God Manor, Qing Xian had used threats to forcibly take away a third of the iron-armored puppets. Moreover, she had forced Xiaoling Yu to take risks with her even before that. Although Xiaoling Yu wasn't someone who liked to hold grudges, he was still able to distinguish between those who were close and those who were distant. It's so awkward to hear such words coming from your mouth. However, for countless years, very few people have dared to say such things to me. Qing Xian still didn't move. She glanced at Xiaoling Yu and said, "I heard that a powerful figure has arrived in Nanhua City, so I want to go and take a look with junior brother." Xiaoling Yu asked curiously, what kind of powerful figure could actually move senior sister to take a look? Qing Xian said, "You'll know when you get there." Xiaoling Yu shook his head and said, "I don't have as much free time as senior sister. Senior sister knows that my cultivation is still very low. I need to cultivate diligently. It's best if I don't join in on the fun." Chapter 397. What does that powerful person have to do with my treasures? Xiaoling Yu didn't want to say much, but she felt that Qing Xian seemed to be sincere, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. He's a grandmaster blacksmith and has made divine artifacts before. However, he's not best at blacksmithing, but repairing damaged magic treasures. Junior brother, you have a lot of treasures and often fight with others. It's inevitable that your magic treasures will be damaged, so I came to ask. Qing Xian explained and then said, since junior brother doesn't want to come, I won't disturb you. With that, Qing Xian turned to leave. Xiaoling Yu was stunned at first, but then she chased after her with a smile and said, since senior sister is so interested and sincerely invited me, I can't say no to you if I don't go with you. Don't you want to cultivate diligently? Don't go with me. I can't bear the consequences if you delay your cultivation. Qing Xian said angrily. Cultivation requires diligence, but it's not urgent, Xiaoling Yu said shamelessly. As soon as Qing Xian and Xiaoling Yu left the Nanhua Immortal Sect Station, a disciple reported this to Sect Master Qing Pingzi. Qing Pingzi dismissed the disciple and said with a smile, I guessed right. Junior sister Qing Xian's ice block finally melted. Unfortunately, junior brother Qing Lu didn't make it. If junior brother Qing Lu made it, he wouldn't have to. In a day and a half, Xiaoling Yu and Qing Xian arrived at Nanhua City. They didn't linger around and went straight to the Nanhua Treasure Pavilion. The Nanhua Treasure Pavilion was still very lively. Many cultivators came to pick spiritual treasures, elixirs, and materials. However, like the pedestrians on the street outside, they all looked at Qing Xian with unconcealable admiration. Even though Qing Xuan's pretty face was cold and unapproachable, she still looked at them coldly. Qing Xian ignored everyone's stares and took Xiaoling Yu to the third floor. Looking at the white gauze curtains that draped to the ground and smelling the faint fragrance, Xiaoling Yu suddenly said, Senior sister, this isn't your boudoir, right? Boudoir? Qing Xian smiled and said, You can say that. While I was in Nanhua City, I always stayed here. Xiaoling Yu did not hide anything as he scanned his surroundings with his mind instructs, in a sense, but discovered that other than the white veil, he could not see anything else. He could not help but be surprised in his heart. There was some skill in the arrangement of this place. It's just some camouflage. It won't work on cultivators in the Immortal Emperor realm. Qing Xian walked deeper into the gauze curtains and asked, Junior brother, you must be an extraordinary cultivator. You must have entered a woman's boudoir before, right? Xiaoling Yu felt that as a man being questioned like this, he was suspected of being looked down upon. Therefore, he was unconvinced and said, Senior Marshal's sister, you're looking down on me. I'm a man with a wife. How could I not have entered a woman's boudoir? Qing Xian couldn't help but stop and frown slightly. She said, Junior brother, since you have a cultivation partner, why don't you bring her with you? Xiaoling Yu sighed and said, We cultivators cultivate in defiance of the natural order and have our own opportunities. My cultivation speed is faster. Although she should be in the immortal realm now, the immortal realm is so big that it's not easy to find her. Qing Xian took another step and said, That's true. However, nothing is impossible in this world. If junior brother looks for her wholeheartedly, you'll definitely find her one day. Xiaoling Yu felt that Qing Xian wasn't a meddlesome person, nor was she a scheming person. That was why he told her the truth. However, he didn't go into detail and just said vaguely, I also believe that we'll meet again one day. Qing Xian suddenly stopped and turned around. She said, Let's go to the fourth floor. It's spacious and suitable for refining. Xiaoling Yu said casually, Anywhere is fine. However, Xiaoling Yu felt a little strange in his heart. This Qing Xian had first brought him to her boudoir, but before they had even reached the proper place, she had suddenly changed her mind. Could it be that it was because she knew he already had a wife? If he didn't say that he already had a wife, would Qing Xian suddenly change her mind? Xiaoling Yu only thought of this for a moment, but didn't think too deeply about it. She obediently followed Qing Xian to the fourth floor. Compared to the third floor, which was occupied by white gauze curtains, the fourth floor was indeed more spacious and empty. However, the four walls clearly carried powerful restriction fluctuations. It could be said that the defense was very tight. Aren't we going to see that Grandmaster Artificer? Xiaoling Yu asked after looking around. Before I came, I already communicated with him. He's busy right now, but he'll come when he's done. Qing Xian waved her sleeve as she replied. A wooden table and 2 square prayer mats appeared in front of the two of them. Xiaoling Yu didn't need Qing Xian to call out to him. He directly sat cross-legged on one of the prayer mats. Then, he took out a jug of wine that he had taken from someone's storage magic treasure. He poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. Qing Xian also slowly sat down and said, "Junior martial brother, it's hard to appreciate the taste of the wine if you drink like a pig. This wine is very ordinary. There's no special taste." Xiaoling Yu replied with a smile. Then, he drank another cup in one gulp. "I have 2 jugs of good wine here. Since I have nothing to do, I'll take them out for Junior Martial Brother to try." As soon as Qing Xian finished speaking, she waved her sleeves on the table, and 2 one-foot-tall wine jars appeared before the two of them. Xiaoling Yu looked at the 2 jugs of wine on the table and said, disinterestedly, "Actually, I don't have the slightest interest in wine with a special taste. Junior Martial Brother, don't worry. There's no problem with the wine." Qing Xian took out 2 white porcelain bowls and slowly opened the seals of the wine jugs. Immediately, a rich wine aroma overflowed. Xiaoling Yu sensed it carefully and found that the wine didn't contain the slightest bit of immortal spiritual energy. While he relaxed, he also felt that it was very strange. More than 90% of the wine in the immortal realm contained rich, immortal spiritual energy. The higher the grade, the richer the immortal spiritual energy. It was very rare to see high-grade wine that didn't contain immortal spiritual energy. The 2 porcelain bowls were already filled to the brim with wine. Qing Xian pushed one of the cups in front of Xiaoling Yu and said, "This wine has no name. I brewed it when I had nothing to do. It doesn't contain the slightest bit of immortal spiritual energy, nor does it have any energy that can improve one's cultivation. It's very spicy and strong, but it won't numb one's body, mind, and soul. Junior Martial Brother, please try it." Xiaoling Yu couldn't refuse the wine bowls that were already filled to the brim. Although he really didn't want to drink it, he could only brace himself and pick up the wine bowl. Qing Xian also picked up the wine bowl. Then, she tilted her head slightly, and wine began to drip from the corners of her mouth. After finishing the wine bowl, Qing Xian put down the wine bowl. She opened her mouth, which was still glistening with wine, and exhaled a breath that reeked of wine, revealing a row of pearly white teeth and a small lilac tongue. At the same time, Qing Xian first shook her body, as if she was shivering. Then, her cheeks seemed to be dyed red, and her almond-shaped eyes seemed to be rippling with water, making her appear even more delicate and charming. Xiaoling Yu was even more surprised. This wine could actually make a strong expert like Qing Xian undergo such a huge change in an instant. It seemed that there was something special about this wine. However, he knew that his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to drink the wine like Qing Xian. Instead, he very carefully took a small sip first. Where's your heroic spirit from earlier? I already said that I wouldn't harm you with this wine, but you still acted like you were guarding against a thief." Qing Xian pointed at Xiaoling Yu with one hand and used the other to wipe her mouth with her sleeve. At the same time, she smiled and said. Xiaoling Yu's expression became slightly embarrassed when he heard this. However, he wasn't a thin-skinned person, so he didn't mind being laughed at. He felt that there really wasn't anything wrong with the wine, so he tilted his head back and gulped it down. When Xiaoling Yu put down the wine bowl, his body suddenly trembled. This was because after the wine entered his stomach, he felt as if his entire body had fallen into an ice cellar. An instant later, he felt as if his entire body was on fire, and a spicy sensation surged into his head. Fortunately, Xiaoling Yu's body quality was relatively high, so he could withstand this sudden change of hot and cold. His expression didn't change much, but it was inevitable that his eyes were covered by a layer of mist. At this moment, Xiaoling Yu finally understood why Qing Xian was like that just now. Phew! Xiaoling Yu also exhaled a mouthful of wine, and then praised. "This wine is indeed very interesting. I didn't expect Senior Sister to have such skills. It's not much of a skill. Cultivators like us just have a lot of free time. If we really think about some things seriously, we can always come up with some novel ideas." Qing Xian responded modestly. and then said, "Since junior brother likes it, then drink another cup." Although this wine came from the same jar, the taste of each bowl is different. Oh, Xiaoling Yu obviously didn't believe her. This was the first time he heard that the wine poured from the same jar tasted different. After all, the wine bowls were still the same. Qing Xian still drank a cup first, but didn't reveal any strange expression. Then, she gestured for Xiaoling Yu to drink. Xiaoling Yu poured a full cup for himself, and then drank it all in one gulp. After a moment, he felt as if his whole body was being pricked by countless tiny needles. Unfortunately, the quality of his physical body was higher, so this kind of piercing pain didn't seem to be very severe. However, it made him feel extremely itchy, and he couldn't help but twist his body. Xiaoling Yu's body had undergone many transformations, and he had to endure great pain every time. This kind of itch couldn't do anything to him. It was just that this kind of itch came suddenly, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. "How is it? I didn't lie to junior brother, did I?" Qing Xian said proudly. "Let's try another bowl." Xiaoling Yu still didn't believe her, and said, "I've only tasted 2 bowls now, and there are 2 different tastes. I really don't believe that the taste of each bowl is different." Qing Xian directly pushed the 2 jars of wine in front of Xiaoling Yu, and laughed generously. "Ha! Junior brother, feel free to taste." Xiaoling Yu wasn't a person who liked to act in a fit of pique, but he had always been extremely curious, especially when it came to some relatively mystical existences. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.